who is going to fight for the ones who were in the battle? Like now, for example, people who in the heat of the moment waliingia club timba wakasani.
So I was coming to that. You have a point. We must identify people who are going to like represent us. Kwa sababu we have long term and short term goals. Short term goals tumeachieve. Tulikuwa to stop this draconian bill from being signed to law. That one has been achieved. The long term goals need to be structured. For example, kuna zingine zinaweza hitaji kama hata referendum. One of the goals tunafaa kukuwa nayo as a long term goal ni demand IBC equal constituted. Na kudemand hiyo hatuwezi, lazima tukuwe na representation yenye itaenda kukaa hapo ikidemand such things. Tunaweza pia kuwa na a document our suggestions. Unajua ukienda kwa table lazima ukuwe na demands zile ngumu. For example, tunaweza sema hizi salaries za watu zinafaa zirudishiwe.
Frederick.
Yes.
I'm struggling here, bro.
You can't hear me?
I'm struggling to find the sense in what we are saying here. Do you want to know why?
Yes.
Because there's no action behind the words.
And that is why I'm saying, moving forward, we need to be structured.
Exactly. That's what everybody is saying. Everybody
we can't live on the street.
Saying. Kila mtu ako kwa kusema sahi.
Yeah, we need to, yes. So ndio tunatumia hizi.
So kama si wewe Frederick, ni nani? Huyu mtu unapatia suggestions ni nani? And are they here? Are they listening to you? Do they know that they are the ones being talked to? Because when you say we need
watu watajitolea.
Who are you telling?
We have good minds. We have beautiful minds. Young people here. We can even front you. Si uende kukuwa president, to represent, tunakutuma unakaa kwa table, you and others. Na tuseme ni wewe, but we are just giving an example. Watu wako wengi.
For me, Frederick, why I'm pushing you is because I want you to move beyond the talking phase. Unacheki?
Yes.
So you have done the best you could do. You played your card. Everybody has listened to you. What next? Nika umeenda umekutana na dem. Ukarusha lines ni aje. Mlikuwa kwa 3. By the time mnashuka kwa 3, lines zimeisha. What next?
Kibe, I couldn't agree with you more.
Inviting her to your house?
Yes, I couldn't agree with you more. We need now structured discussions moving forward. Watu tushajitate, washasikia, wameogopa. You saw what they did yesterday, wali deploy military. Jamaa ameogopa as fuck. Ulimshtua sana jana. So tusha-achieve, stop kusaini your bill. What next? Moving forward lazima tukue na structured way of doing things. Tusikue tunaongea tu hapa kwa spaces and nothing is happening. As much as watu wanasema hawataki leaders, we must have leaders. Si ati leader inamaanisha atenda kukuwa president ama atenda kukuwa nini. A leader anaweza kuwa tu anataka kufight for rights, kufight for new constitution. Kulikuwa na drafters wa new constitution ya 2010. They are not necessarily in politics, they are not necessarily MPs. Yeah, so I agree with you Kibe, we need a structured way of doing things moving forward. Sio kupiga kelele tu kwa streets kila time. Na ndio maana nilikuwa nasema to employ hata ile silent way of protesting. Wakiongea kwa church, we walk out. Wakipewa mic mahali, we walk out. Hivyo.
Sawa Frederick. Thank you.
Asante sana.
You don't know how much that thing plays with your psychology. Ukiwa pale kwa stage, hata mtu mmoja asimame aishie, uanza kufikiria ni kama umeloba. Exactly. Like, what the fuck? Now you tell me there's going to be 20-30 people walking out. That thing will kill the morale. But also, they are not free to move around. You know that, eh? In their own constituencies.
Wakimove around, hata wakipigwa mawe pia ni sawa.
We Frederick
Yeah.
sawa bro. Asante. Thank you my man. Dr. George unasemaje?
Very well. Good morning, everyone gathered onto this space. Good morning. And hi,
Good
Kibe.
morning.
Amazing. So, ningependa kupeana my thoughts in 3 aspects. Number 1, nitapeana a small background where we are today and my 2 cents on what I think should be done. Number 1, background. Bona tuko hapa leo. I think in Kenya it's a very young nation and it may exist for around 60 years. But we have never agreed to sort out the issues that zimekuwa zikitu prior to independence, at the point of independence, and post-independence. If you check on to this thing keenly, especially prior to independence, there were some illegalities and some things that were done that were not good. Here comes at the point of independence. Upon independence, some people came and grabbed land. Historical injustices zikaanza. Na hizi historical injustices zikakuja zika-affect, let's say, the people affected by the shifter wars, the garden wars, the massive transfers that say, because kama mimi nilikuwa nimetoka Nakuru na chali fulani, he always points to me where their ancestral home is in Sigona. And that is our place. Hapo karibu tu na Shell Sigona. Historical injustices ni mob sana that we can't even ventilate about them. Things that happened at the 1978, we've never ventilated and healed fully with the 1982 coup. Here we fought for multi-party democracy. After fighting for the multi-party democracy, we had upheavals in 1997. Here comes the PEV in 2007, and so many things that have happened. If you look at our neighboring countries, let's say a country like Rwanda, or a country like, let's say, Somaliland. Not Somali, Somaliland. These countries, in my little exposure, wamekubali penye wametoka na magumu yenye wamepitia na wakasema, we have to bring this thing to a nil, so that they can build their country with a nice architecture, not on quicksand. Now, in Kenya, we have never done that because we have had so many commissions. We've seen a lot of runaway corruption. A lot of people, because it's broadcasted in our news and on our print and on our mainstream media, that there are some people with offshore money accounts. We've seen issues to do with things like the Pandora Papers, Kenyan money getting siphoned, Golden Bag, Anglo-leasing, many things, IEBC, Central Bank. We can't cease mentioning these things. The fall of our factors of production, cotton, peredram, everything that blah 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 blah. We've never talked about it. And so we live with a lot of pent-up emotions. And these pent-up emotions are the ones that have led us to where we are now today. Here now we come to the real. That's why we are here today. We are here today not really because of the finance bill, but the finance bill is a tipping point. Number 2, we have not really gotten involved in the governance system. Number 3, number 1, let me say the finance bill was just a trigger. Remember, it came to be a full-blown trigger up a mwisho. Now, why is it a full-blown trigger? I remember having a drink in downtown one day and saying that, because we had a family event, allow me to be brief, and I found that there is none of my cousins who work for the government. Then nikakuja that thing is very bad because I just tried to analyze. Everyone went to a private school, to a private high school, and to a private university. So these people pay taxes, but hawajai guza kitu yote ya gava. That thing is very bad, and nilikuwa naona siku moja itaje kuja kuerupt. Now, coming to this sense, this was just a tipping point, and the reason as to why at our Kenya hawaja cool down even after the suspension of the finance bill is that their emotions are quite high because of what has happened, the misgovernance. Looking at to the future, I think what Kenyans are really shouting at, it's the Article 1 and Article 10 of the Constitution. That's number 1, the power belongs to the people. That's number 1. And number 2, Article 10, the principles of good governance. At the other kama ni Kibe, or this person next to me, Simon Bogua, Dixon Muge, mtu yote mwenye atakalia hiyo kiti, because like for me I don't have the ambitions of becoming a president. Ati huyu mtu atadispense the affairs of the country in accordance with Article 10. That's number one. Then coming to the recommendations, my recommendations are, because the most hyped things I need, Gen Z wanafaa kuwa na leader. I prefer not to call them Gen Zs, because someone who's paying taxes is an adult. This is a person who can be jailed. This is a person who can marry tomorrow. This is a person who can drive. This is a person with a KRA pin. This is a person who can own property. This is a person who can get married and even can have babies. This is a person who can inherit property. So I don't like the vibe that people are calling them children. I will not call them children. Would rather call them young adults. Because these people are taxpayers, number one. They have got KRA pins, even if they file nil returns. Because very many established people and very many established organizations file nil returns. I would not say that they have a leader, because that becomes a political party. But I would say that these people, we should maintain activism among the 50 million citizens, that we are watching you. We are watching your moves. Even something like the legislature, because hapa ndio namalizia, even something like the legislature and what Ruto should do. If I were Ruto, and I think it's a qualification that should be put in the constitution for someone to vie for presidency, it's the ability to make hard decisions. I don't think Ruto is making hard decisions, and I've never seen Ruto make hard decisions. Because you can look at a man and you see a man, at this point, this man made very difficult decisions. So, looking at it that this man got into politics after completing the university in 1991, he did the YK92, he became a wheeler dealer within the government, not a wheel dealer but a businessman and a broker within the government, got elected to 1997. That's why even his children cannot fathom so many things, because they have grown up out of the taxpayer's spoon. They have never struggled. So I don't think these people have ever made a difficult decision. And the difficult decision that would be, number one, after he suspends finance bill, on one hand, the emotions are still pent up. How do you suppress these emotions? Number one, disband the cabinet. Number two, disband the parliament. Because you cannot agree at this is a house of cards, whereby watu wamekaa tu mahali, they are given 2 million, na unaona wana pass legislations haraka without consulting the people that sent them to power under Article 1. So, hii parliament haitakuwa legitimate, tutaishi tu with pent up anger cause of them. So, reconstitute the IBC, disband your bunge, wananchi wapata representative wapya, so that at least they can make progress. Na pia sisi watu wenye wanaongozwa, because not everyone has got ambitions. Like Kibe, you had ambitions of getting into another parliamentary seat. Not everyone has got ambitions. But you'd like a scenario whereby Kibe akikuwa amekalia okiti, Article 1, Article 10 speaks and draws clearly, with Roas not giving a whimper. I think those are my thoughts, and the president should come to a point whereby he should make hard decisions. And I don't think he has ever made hard decisions for the country and for the state. We negotiate with the IMF, that's a hard decision. Make our debt portfolio public, because it's public at the end of the day and it's paid by the public money. A hard decision. SRC, kuja unyonge hiyo mishahara na hizo per diem na hizo sitting allowances, hard decisions, so that at least kila mtu aweze kupata kitu yake, because Kenyans work for around 18 hours a day. Uko umetoka klabu, let's say at 1 a.m., 2 a.m., you'll find Kenyans walking. Let's say along Mombasa Road. Umetoka, let's say art club. Uko umetoka art club Mombasa Road. Utapata saa 8, saa 9, saa 7, saa 10. People are always on the move. Wanaenda Inda. Ukirukia Inda uingie Tao. Utapata wase Inda imechrome. People are working. So we cannot agree a system whereby people are working for 18 hours a day and there is no dignity of money. Kuna mtu ameongea hapa akasema unalipolewa na hauna do. I agree with that person. There is no dignity of money. Atu after kufanya hiyo kazi yote, hauwezi afford hata kuchimba choo. Na kuchimba choo, it's around 300,000. That's around $3,000. Kachoo kazuri kakona bafu ushago. It's a struggle and a strain. So ukiangalia wamechampu wako mtaani, watachimba choo miaka gani? We are living in an environment here, people have got nothing to lose. I'm a lower trim, I'm a lower 3 millennial because I'm born 92. People have got nothing to lose. People have gone through the system, just like how an ideal person should go through the system. It might be through a TVET college. You might learn through an apprentice and you master the craft. You might go to the university. You might do professional papers. But there is nothing for you. There is nothing that is promising. So the thing that the thing that I would like the government to look into very much is that these people have got nothing to lose. They have got nothing to protect. They don't have inheritance. They have got the right credentials to do everything. That's why Kenya has got the best craftsmen. Unaona vile tunainua mamoti. If you look car gari hizi mzee, because like for me I use an old car. Venye tumezinua na zinakaa fiti. You have got the best craftsmen. Ukiangalia venye tunaunda Subaru zetu, they are the best. So ukiangalia the quality of our graduates, they are among the best and the most competitive in the world. So then here comes this person, hana anything to lose, ama anything to live for, like a job, a career, a promising life. Hana a family, has got no spouse, has got no children. He has got nothing to lose. That's what unasikia wakisema they can demonstrate up to 2027 because they have got nothing to lose at all. So it's a high time that we rethink our political architecture and engagements, rethink our social architecture and engagement, and also rethink our economic architecture and engagement with our thoughts not closed hapa penye tuko, but for prosperity and prosperity na keki ya kila mtu. Thank you very much, good people, and I wish you all the very well.
Thank you, Dr. George. And Kada?
Good morning, my brothers and sisters on this platform. Firstly, allow me to thank you, my brother Kibe, for the work that you're doing. Speaking for hours on end is not something that is easy. So we thank you as members who are on this platform for that sacrifice. Now, I'd want to speak to you, my brothers and sisters, as a person who has been working for some of these. Currently, I'm working with them. I'm a Kenyan. I'm a professor of microeconomics. I'm a Generation X. I've just exited being a millennial. And it is so sad what is happening in our country. And for me, I want to state here and confirm to you that this finance bill 2024-2025 was a creation, indeed a creation of this Bretton Woods institution. And it is something that when I'm asked, I can confirm that there are meetings which were held at the Treasury with some of our officials to try and craft a finance bill that would otherwise be very helpful in making Kenya a perfect collateral for their loans. And if there is a time I've ever been proud of my country, being a member of this beautiful society, it is now that people have realized that the government they have put in place is not serving the interests of its citizens, but serving the interests of some very few people. I can tell you that sometimes in January, indeed, there was an advisory that came from one of these Bretton Woods institutions that did tell the government that they were anticipating riots, and they were encouraging the government to ignore the riots. And I'm so grateful that we can no longer be ignored. There is something that happened. Having said that, there is something that happened the past week when the government did pay the last bit of the Eurobond, that is the $500 million which had been paid. And I want to say that if there is a time I've ever been angry, was that time that I saw that $500 million being paid. For what reason? I can tell you that the Eurobond money was stolen. 80% of that money. And there are international institutions which were doing audits around that Eurobond. And one thing that this government did to cover, for everything else that they had done, which was not right, because the truth of the matter is that that money was stolen by some people who are in power. Remember, there used to be a gentleman, I'm sorry, he's now the late He's a former ambassador, Kenyan ambassador to Germany, and he was the of staff of the current president in Kenya. He's the former ambassador Kennedy Usinde, and so many other of these people who are in government. They did register a company in Italy. They, some insurance company that was acting as, perfecting securities there for purposes of getting the money which was stolen from Europe on to go out there. And you can imagine the amount of money that we lost through that, the Kimwarer and Arrow Dam scandal. It was, and it is so shameful that this government, because now there was an audit report that was being carried out by some international organizations, that indeed they quickly decided now to go and pay that money so as to look like now they're doing a good job. I can tell you there is nothing good that this government can do to help us. This government is in the hands of a few people. I can tell you, I know of a friend. He's no longer a friend because we clashed some months ago. And you can imagine this man is a man who used to ask me for handouts. Now the man has imported an helicopter Bell from France, costing 382 million Kenyan shillings. And your guess can be as good as mine. So for me, what is important is that we must come up with systems and structures of making sure then that this government resigns.
Nkada.
Yes.
I can't let it go, bro. Who is that?
You're saying?
When you talked about your friend who Mulikosana, and now he can afford to buy a helicopter a few months later.
I can tell you, the one who, the one who splashes money in Arambes everywhere. You know him. He's all over. He's buying everything everywhere. And for someone to be able to buy an helicopter Bell of 380 something, which is being assembled at Wilson, that tells you that we have a problem, my brother. And a question that we should be able to answer is, what do we do now that we have spoken, now that we have talked, now that we have started having this riots? What should we do? My 2 cents on it is that we should now start coming up with papers. For some of us who are working with some of these Bretton Woods institutions, we should come up with papers. Which papers we can publish on this platform to be able to guide us, to be able to know how we can engage some of these. Next week, but one thereabouts, those same people from the organizations that I work for will be seated at the Treasury, again advising the government of what should be done. And I think it is wrong, my brothers. It is so wrong. This finance bill, I can tell you, if we don't stop and if we don't ask this government to go, these buggers call the MPs to go, if we don't have IBC and we throw everybody out, I tell you that this finance bill will come back again in another form. So the best thing for us to do, my brothers, is that we and sisters, is that we, as the citizens of this country, must come together and say enough is enough. As at the time Kibaki was living, the fundamentals of both macro and microeconomics were quite sound. And when Unye came, he tried doing whatever he could. But now I can tell you the kind of corruption that in this government is.
Did we lose Nkada, or is it just on my side?
Thing good that we knew would come out of it. It was just to try. I don't even know what the hell this man traveled to the US to do. These things of, whatever the money is coming from the US, we are getting this billions of dollars. This thing is just to sugarcoat any other thing that is wrong and that is happening in this country. So for me, I want to advise that we should make sure that we come together and we insist and focus that this government must fall. If this government fails to fall, then this man will come back with vengeance and will indeed terrorize us as the citizens of this country. We are marked, and I can tell you, this discussion is being listened to at the State House, as it is being listened to at the treasury, because they're trying to figure out then what should they do, what carrot can they give us before they strike. So for me, I think we should come up with papers, we should discuss, we should know how to excite our grassroots. We should come together and just make sure that we are not going to advise the government on what they should do. What we should demand is that this government should fall. That is my 2 cents.
Perfect, Dada. Perfect delivery. You left strong. Good one. Demand that the government goes. Dude.
Asante sana kwa fursa, Andrew. And clearly you can confirm I'm a dude. I'm not like the other guy who had a feminine name.
Yeah. Go ahead, man.
Yeah, so should the president call for fresh elections? I think he should. Will he? He will not. So under what circumstances will he call for elections? It's only under pressure. Now, I see many spaces. I think throughout the day for the last 72, maybe more hours, kumekuwa na spaces going on constantly. And people are talking about killings, rightfully so. People are talking about the injustices of this government, rightfully so. But there is very little talk about, okay, so what do we do? There is no unity of command. There's a lady who spoke before you got interrupted, Andrew. I think when we had a lull of about 15 minutes, kulikuwa kumenyamaza. There's a lady, Ivy Sonia, who spoke. And she said, and I agree with her, that she doesn't understand why we don't have leaders. Because people said that if we have a leader, they will be infiltrated. We're in a war. If you look at militaries, they spend a great deal of money on communication. I don't know which, there are some people who say the most important function of business is communication. It is also the most important function in war. Without communication, you're half there. The victory is half achieved when the enemy doesn't have communication. So we don't have unity of command. So one space, I remember, I think the day before yesterday, one space was saying, let's meet at UON, University of Nairobi. Another space, people were saying, let's meet at State House. So there is no unity of command. And I feel that these spaces are providing the mobilization platforms for Kenyans. And these spaces, the people who are hosting, now they are eminent space hosts. We can talk about trust, or who to trust or who not to trust, but I think the space hosts can host their respective spaces, but they should have a meeting or some sort of coalition so that they can discuss what it is that we should rally Kenyans to, and I have a few suggestions we are going to come to, and mobilize Kenyans to do those actions. Otherwise, we will lament about this the KK administration, but we will all be in spaces. We are protesting in spaces. I think the action should be on the street. I'm not calling for people to die. Please protect yourselves. We all should protect ourselves. But the main reason why I lifted my hand to speak on this space is to talk about, I'm a guy of cause and effect. I'm a guy of cause and effect. I'm a guy of SMART, SMART objectives, specific, measurable, achievable, realistic, and time-bound. I think we need to focus on specific actions that are going to degrade this government. If we don't talk about that, we could as well just stop having these spaces. If there are no actions, I'm not talking about discussions, I'm talking about actions. If there are no actions geared towards degrading this administration, we don't even need to have these spaces. The president right now is standing on feet of steel, chuma. How can we make those feet be made of clay? We know who his allies are. Some of his allies are soft bellies that we should train our spears, our arrows on. I'm not calling for violence. I'm speaking, figuratively. We should train our spears, our arrows onto the soft belly. What is the president's soft belly? There are children who have been killed. Carry mock coffins. Protest. Go to the U.S. embassy or the U.S. ambassador's residence. Go there in your droves. If we didn't succeed at Parliament, let's go to the U.S. embassy not saying that we storm the US embassy. Just go and make a statement. Let me tell you, the US elections are in November. The Republican Democratic camps are very sensitive, particularly the incumbent. The Democratic camp is very insensitive to hostile media. If we go there, one of the things that will happen is that the the government in the US will tutakuwa tumetacha raw nerve, and they'll start isolating their man in Kenya. Yeah, so let's go for the soft bellies. Kindiki Kithure has been a human rights proponent, former lecturer. Why are people not calling on him to resign? He's a very principled guy. I think we should have storm wherever he leaves his office or whatever. We should mount a lot of pressure on Kindiki Kithure to resign. He's a minister for interior. He has presided over the extrajudicial killings of kids, of people, even if they're adults who are not armed. Those are some of the soft bellies of the government. So we need to identify what are the soft bellies around this government. Let's not, if parliament is fortified or state house has been fortified, wamepeleka matroops, there are many. Chinjeni mbuzi, endeni kwa buchari, chukueni damu ya mbuzi, tuendeni World Bank head office, hapa nyuma ya Equity Bank head office hapa. Splash blood kwa wall, make a statement to the world. That is how you fight. That is how specific actions to degrade this government. Let the people who are surrounding this, the president, let them cover off. Wacha waseme, kama ni hivyo, wacha ikae. Yeah? Those are the specific actions I'm talking about, and we cannot have these specific actions when we don't have unity of command. I am of the strong opinion that there should be leadership. I'm not saying these are leadership, people to aspire to be president, but I'm saying that there are people who should be rallying. And even if it shouldn't be one person. If it is a space host such as you, Andrew, come together, create a forum, a way. Don't even exchange phone contacts. Create message, DM your Twitter. You can put 5, like a WhatsApp group. You can create 10 people on Twitter. You say tomorrow's, you talk amongst space hosts, and you say tomorrow we are rallying people to do this specific action. If a spear, the tip of a spear is heavy when you all come and stand behind it and apply force behind it. But if you are all scattered, your force is like that of a toothpick, probably a blunt toothpick. So we should have unity command. We should be rallying together and have some sort of specific purpose to degrade the government. And I'm praying for the day that there are many things that are wrong with this government. All those are symptoms. I think Andrew, you made you made a good statement earlier where you said the problem is a system. Yes, that is the problem. Everything else that we're seeing is wrong is a symptom of the disease, which is a system. And I can't wait to see the day when in Kenya there will be a Patriots Act, perhaps embedded in the constitution, so that Parliament cannot play around with it. And in that Patriots Act, it means if you steal CDF money, if you steal any public money, it's a capital punishment thing. You are hanged or you're killed. It's not Lee Kuan Yew turned to the local laws. He said if you steal, you're hanged. We should not be talking about human rights or people sent to. We should not kill people. We are bleeding every day. Money is being stolen. I think it's Doctor. I think it's in Qatar, or somebody spoke about the money we've lost in Eurobonds and all. People are playing with us. So we should aim to have a system or a Patriots Act where we are not laughing with any politician. When you aspire to be a politician and money is entrusted to you, whether it's CDF money, you know that you cannot joke. You will have your monies audited. There will be value for the citizens of the country. And I don't think there's anything wrong with NIS. I think there's somebody else who mentioned that NIS has failed. NIS are very professional. I know. You guys probably don't have an idea. They are very professional. Let's not be drawn into tough wars between Duale and Haji, because that's what is going on. There's supremacy battles between Duale and Haji. Each one of them wants to show who has a bigger dick. And that is why, when Gachagua spoke against Nordin, he's on the side of Duale. But there's nothing that NIS are perfect. There is no blot, dark spot in our history in Kenya where NIS did not have perfect data to detail about it. They know, I'm sure they're here. Yeah. If there's one institution that Kenya should be proud of, it's an NIS. But unfortunately, it is being politicized. Money is being, there's Haji is fighting forces. There are people who want to steal the money and use it for political campaigns. Read Sunday Nation last Sunday. Just read Talk of the Town column. You'll see. Nation put it. You don't know, they didn't mention which agency. Yeah. Anyway, I yield back. Asante sana. But we cannot succeed unled. We cannot succeed without unity of command and without specific activities, actions to degrade this government.
Thank you, dude. Remember yesterday when I introduced the elephant in the room? I've been seeing this guy around for a long time. Let me just jump you, Simon, and I go to him because I know he's an extremely busy man who also doubles in politics. Professor Alfred Omenya, how are you?
I'm very fine, Andrew. Thanks for hosting us. Thanks for hosting us, and thanks for your contribution in this liberation war. Yeah, Andrew, I just want to echo what is being said, but also highlight one or two other things. To start with, I think we actually have a government that has no legitimacy at all. When we are making reference to Article 1 and Article 10 of the Constitution, it is as though those have been suspended. That is the situation that we are in. And number two, this is a government that has no capability at all. Ruto has proven over and over again that he has no intention of running a competent government, leave alone an accountable one, leave alone one that is not corrupt. This is a fundamental issue that you have to deal with. You see, this government cannot deliver. Whether you look at it from the people that Ruto has put in position, the impunity that we have in the country, the corruption that has now. We no longer talk about corruption in this country, because if you're corrupt, most likely you will get a position in government. So my position is very clear on this particular issue. That we have to decide as Kenyans whether we are going to tolerate this nonsense for three years or for seven more years. Of course, like all dictators, Ruto has no intention of leaving anyway. So as far as I'm concerned, what we must do, and I'm happy with this revolution, what we must do is to make the country ungovernable. Now, it is as simple as that. We should make it difficult for the corrupt to live in this country.
Did we lose you, Professor?
Hello? Are you getting me there?
Were you using a phone call?
There was some small interruption there. Yeah,
Go ahead.
but life must be very difficult for people who are actually abusing this country, people who are stealing from this country, and so on and so forth. One of the areas that are working is actually this area of complexity theory. One of the things that I love about this revolution is that it is not a revolution that the political class is familiar with, and we must continue that way. I think those who are suggesting that we quickly structure leadership for this revolution are missing the point. Actually, their leaders are there. It's only that they're leaders that are unconventional. They're not the conventional leaders we know of. Yes, some of them are like you, keep in Twitter spaces. Some of them are like me. I was on the streets the other day, doing my thing and so on and so forth. The sooner we put together a structured leadership, the quicker this thing will die. So as far as I'm concerned, what we should be looking at is more complex strategies of ensuring that this bastard government is kept on its toes throughout. But secondly, making it extremely difficult for thieves, to continue enjoying their wealth in this country. And for this I say without any fear of contradiction, the characters who are stealing from this country should be targeted. We have mechanisms to do it. We have ways of identifying them. They should be very difficult. The representative of the people, the ones sitting in parliament there, when they go and get bribe from State House, we should make it extremely difficult for them to live amongst us. Because we are saying, look here, there is no way you'll betray us, to collect money from your paymasters, which is actually our money that is being stolen, and then come and enjoy yourselves. To me, I think this is the war that we should be bringing. It's a war of cleansing our country, Kipe. It is a war where you steal our wealth, and that will not be a virtue for our children. We'll be saying that guy is a thief. Like I've been saying.
Oh man, Professor, you are on fire. I don't know what happened to you, bro. Like you've been saying, that guy is a thief. Simon, can you hear?
And Kenyans know that. He's not just a killer, but he's also a thief and a liar.
Professor.
Yes.
Professor, you have to go back to where you were saying that guy is a thief. Go back there.
Yeah, this is a point we're actually saying, Kibe. We know this country. The guys who are actually leading us, these are guys who have actually they're stealing from us, and they continue actually stealing from us. And I think this is the point that we actually have to be angry enough to say, look here, you will not steal from us, whether you are the president or you are the vice president, or you are a minister, or you are a contractor with government, or you are a civil servant. There is no way you will continue stealing from us. We will actually use mechanisms that's available for us as sovereigns in this country to make sure that you will not enjoy your ill-gotten wealth. I don't think the president was very happy relaxing in State House the last week. We made his life uncomfortable, and this is what we must do. Every single thief in this country, in or out of government, we should make their life extremely difficult. And the thieves who are governing us, we should make governing impossible. Be they the president, be they members of parliament, be they governors and so on. It is time that we actually came back and reclaimed this. And there's money being stolen. Really. Right from the word go, it's not active. We just work for this bastard. We need to be angry enough to say this nonsense must actually stop. And for those who are advocating for leadership, don't worry. We are the leaders. Each and every one of us must be a leader of this revolution. Each and every one of us must take responsibility. Each and every one of us must host Twitter spaces if they can, must mobilize the local people in the constituency. I was having a family meeting on Sunday. We agreed in that family meeting that members of the family will go and visit our member of parliament who had actually voted yes. That is the complexity that we need. The engines and the brains behind this must totally counter the stupidity of the guys in 5th degrees who are actually running the country and stealing from us. We must actually use more complex systems and more complex ways and demonstrate to them that Kenyans are indeed some of the most intelligent people on earth. Kiba, thank you so much for hosting me. Thank you so much for giving me this chance. I congratulate the Gen Zs. I congratulate the guys in this Twitter space. This thing, we will win it. But the way to win it is to play the game as has been played so far, in ways that the mainstream lazy, full and fatting political class cannot be able to comprehend. Thank you so much, brother.
Thank you so much, Professor. Yeah. So isn't there a risk of waiting too long? Because it fizzles out.
Waiting for as we're on actually. In fact, the issue is that we should sustain. To me, the real critical thing is to ask ourselves, what mechanisms do we have to sustain the revolt for the next 3 years? That is what we should actually be looking at. And yes, I mean, if leaders emerge, let's not fight them. If leaders don't emerge, like I'm saying, we actually have the leaders. We already know. We are already seeing, authentic leadership, emerge for this particular revolution. But even better still, to let each and every one, of us be a leader and be canvassing the issues in spaces, in spaces like this. Otherwise, if you structure it too much, the issue is that these guys know that for every Kenyan, it is just about the amount of money you put on their way. If Professor Menya arrives there, you say 5 million, I say, oh, no, that is too little. Then by the time it is 100 million, you start smiling. This is what we must avoid actually. We must ensure that we can be compromised. And the only way to ensure that is to ensure that we have as many leaders as possible. When one runs with the other one, when we doubt one for a second, the other one takes command. Back to you, Kibe.
All right, thank you, Professor. Simon.
Yes, Kibe, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you once again for the opportunity to speak, and thank you for hosting. It's an interesting, good conversation. Now, I want to differ with a lot of people who are calling for the resignation of the president and also for us to go for another election. And I'm not saying this because I'm defending the president or even the Kenya Kwanza coalition, but it's because I understand the financial and economic position we are in as a country. Now, we are in debt. In 2027, we're expected to raise $900 million to pay a Eurobond that we borrowed. Now, 2027 is an election year. In 2028, the following year, we're expected to raise $1 billion to pay for a Eurobond. Now, if we start saying, let's go for an election, the parliament should be dissolved, the president should resign, that's another 6 months or even a year of uncertainty that our economy cannot have. We cannot take such a huge hit. Whenever we go for an election, businesses always take a hit, right? I'm in business. I know that election year, things don't move. And now, we have 2 Eurobonds to pay in 2027 and 2028. And it is impossible for us to raise that money in-house. What the government will do is that it will go back and borrow a new Eurobond to pay the old ones, just as they did this year.
So Simon,
yeah.
Let me ask a question as you keep moving.
Uh-huh.
If you find like a maid, the maid you hired in your house,
okay,
has done something bad to your kid,
yeah,
are you going to just say, okay, let the maid continue working until the time we agreed, and I'll find another way to deal with her? I mean, aren't we looking for solutions now, or are we playing their game? Because it sounds like now, because Eurobond ni akina nani? Who took Eurobond, and where did this money disappear to? Now the conversation, because you're taking us back to the olden way of doing things, which if we get into their system, they're going to finish us. They have the money, they have the instruments of power, right?
Yes.
So we can't play their game. So who are these people in Europe, and all these other scandals that we're talking about, and what is the game plan? Are you hearing what I'm saying?
Yes, I understand. You see, the thing is, Kibe, at the end of the day, we borrowed money. Uhuru went to the European financial market and borrowed. Okay? And the reason why Uhuru borrowed was that he did not have any fiscal space in-house to develop the country. The amount of taxes that we were raising were not enough to develop the country. So he needed to go and borrow. Okay? So, and then we had this discussion yesterday, and I said the reason why we're in this mess is because of the constitution that we drafted in 2010. The original drafters of the constitution never envisioned 47 counties. In fact, they capped the number of counties at 14. Our dear members of parliament then took the document, went to Naivasha, and butchered the whole thing, and demanded that every single major tribe in this country has to have a county government of their own. So we started spending billions of money maintaining 47 governments that are completely unnecessary, right? Because even if we were to benchmark, and the reason why I'm saying there's a problem with the structure of our government, because if we are to benchmark, South Africa, our neighbor Palechini, has 9 governors, and it's working properly. Australia, all right, Australia, the mainland, has 6 governors, and it's working properly. So why on earth do we need 47 governments? And you ask people here, what is the work of your MCA? Your MCA is a lawmaker. And we have 1,443 of them, plus another 770 nominated. So we're spending so much money, all right? We're spending so much money maintaining political offices that are not necessary. And right now, the conversation that we're supposed to have is, can we fix the constitution before 2027 so that after 2027, Kenyans can have a little bit of breathing space, that we don't need to increase taxes so that we can maintain the government. Right now, as we speak, we're spending 1.1 trillion Kenya shillings in recurrent expenditure. Inaenda tu kulipa mishahara ya watu. 1.1. And then we're spending another 1.1 paying interest rates for debt. So I need every single person to understand that if you're calling for an election, let's say if the government, if the president dissolved parliament and resigned, and also Gachagua resigned, we will need to have an election in about 60 days. Right? Those are about 2 months. Okay? So it's 2 months for guys to make a decision of who we are going to replace the president with. And okay, if you look at this movement of ours, guys don't want to acknowledge, like the conversation we were having yesterday, is that we actually need a leader, right? Or leaders to show up and take up the mantle, right? But people are uncomfortable with that, but are still calling for an election. So if you call for an election, who are you going to vote for if you don't have leaders, or if you don't want to acknowledge that there's need for leaders? Okay? I'm a millennial. I ran in 2022 against Kimani Ichung'wah, and I can tell you, running a campaign is bloody expensive, and it's mentally and emotionally draining. I was an independent candidate, okay? And the reason why I ran is because I got sick and tired of complaining from the outside, all right? I was like, let me get in and fix the mess that I can see, all right? And what we should be doing right now is encourage young people, whether you're a Gen Z, whether you're a millennial, if you're interested in leadership and governance, all right, can you start speaking out? In your county, in your constituency, in your ward, can you start speaking out? Okay? So that people will start recognizing you and say, okay, good, this is a guy or this is a lady that I can consider voting for. But Kenyans need to understand the financial and economic position that we are in. We cannot have such a disruptive thing as an election. What we can do is demand for better accountability of the resources that we have. And in as much as we want to demonstrate, it's important that we put our ideas out there. What are we calling for? We're calling for these nonsensical offices, like the office of the First Lady, the Deputy First Lady, the spouse of the Prime Minister. All those should not be given any budgetary allocations. We should also call for the elimination of the Cabinet Administrative Secretary. All those unnecessary positions should go. But right now, we've pushed the government to a corner, and we cannot allow them any breathing space. Because if we go back to 2022, around September, Parliament strong-armed the Salaries and Remuneration Commission to allow them to continue earning sitting allowances. All right? So another thing that we should call for is reduction of the salaries of our members of parliament. Okay? So Kibe, mimi nasema hii mambo ya kusema fresh elections, this is too disruptive. It's absolutely too disruptive, and our financial and economic system is going to collapse. And without an economy and a brilliant financial system, everybody suffers. Everyone. Whether you are in business, whether you're employed, whether you're unemployed, everybody will feel the heat if this economy sinks down. So I'm asking Kenyans for patience and also resilience of saying, can we press the government, continue pressing the government for another 3 years as we prepare for 2027? Because right now, we cannot take a hit as a presidential or a national election. We can't. It will be too heavy. That's it for me from my side. I don't know whether you have a question.
No, for me, I don't see it that way. I see it. I mean, because if you agree that Ruto's management is wrong,
Mhm.
then do we agree on that first?
Yes, we agree. That I absolutely agree.
So he's a horrible manager,
Yes.
and you want to leave him on the seat for another 2 years?
I'm uncomfortable with the thought. But the alternative is even much more scary, to be honest. The alternative is much more, you know why I'm saying the alternative is much more scary. So let's say we vote in somebody new. That somebody new has to put in a new cabinet, a new parliament. Okay? And then let's say that takes a year. So now we'll need 1 year to prepare for us to go back to the financial market and borrow another 900 million Kenya shillings. I mean 900 million US dollars. And also borrow another 1 billion US dollars in one year. That's and then 2027 bado.
Simon, you're being a politician, bro. Stop being a politician.
Okay.
Tumefanya watu wetu watuchukie, bro. Because we are so diplomatic in our answers that the truth is lost in there somewhere. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So the story is this guy is a horrible manager. It doesn't matter what it costs. It doesn't matter what it costs. It doesn't matter whether I mean, if you have a horrible manager, bro, it doesn't matter what it costs to get rid of you.
Okay, Kibe, let's go as per the constitution, okay? If the president
Why are you going back to the constitution? Yet when Akina Raila wanted it, they went and changed it. They came up with a whole new constitution.
No, chill. I want us to address this fresh election through the constitution, okay? If parliament is dissolved, okay, we go back to the drawing board. Sindio? We go back to the drawing board. But the president will still be the president. Because he's only dissolved parliament. Okay? He's only dissolved the legislative arm of government. Yeye bado ako kwa kiti. Okay? Gachagua bado ako kwa kiti. So, have you gotten rid of the manager? No, you haven't. Okay? Let's say the president resigns.
That is now, Simon.
Chill. No.
Spend your time taking us there, because we've already agreed that we have a bad manager. So we need to get rid of a bad manager. That is the thinking right now.
Okay. Let's see.
Don't take us back into Gachagua, because once the manager goes, everybody under him goes.
No. That's not the way the constitution is structured. If the president resigns today, the deputy president becomes president. All right? So, if you want a complete new leadership, there are two things that has to happen. The president dissolve parliament, na yeye mwenyewe resign, na Gachagua resign. That's the only way you're going to have a new government. Okay? Because if you call for the resignation of the president, he will resign, but Gachagua will step in as president. Unless you call for the resignation of both, and then we'll go for a presidential election. But we still have parliament. We still have the same guys who do not want to listen to us. So hapa we're in a fix, we're in a constitutional fix. What we want is a little bit difficult to achieve with the constitution we have. All right? I agree the president is a bad manager. If he resigns, Gachagua steps in. Unless we call for both of them to resign. All right? And if both of them resign, we will only have a presidential election. So that means a new president and a new deputy. But we'll still have the same guys in parliament. So what have we achieved? The same Kenya Kwanza idiots who did not want to listen to us are still the same ones running the show. So Kibe, it's nearly impossible for us to achieve a total win of having fresh new guys. It's impossible. And we have to admit that to ourselves. Okay? I know emotions are high.
No. I don't see it that way, bro. Because what you're saying, what you're saying is that there are no people who are of goodwill enough. Because you're assuming everybody in Kenya is corrupt.
I don't get you. Okay, so take me through.
The assumption is it is impossible because everybody in Kenya is corrupt. But isn't this the same thinking that has taken Gen Z to the streets? Because now what you're doing is telling us what the Gen Z cannot do. Because the Gen Z don't give a shit about the Constitution when they're being anyaswa. So why are you tying them down to the Constitution when they want things done? When they want things done, they know how to get things done. So we'll go to our Constitution, then now you're taking them back to the lawyers and back to those politicians, knowing many of them are still lawyers. So now you're going to fight them in court.
But now, Kibe, there's no way we can operate outside the framework of the Constitution. We can't operate outside the framework of the Constitution. Like, for example, when we were calling for the rejection of the finance bill, there are some guys who came out and said it's actually impossible for the president to withdraw. But those of us who have read the Constitution know that it's actually possible for the president to send back the bill, and that's what he did. He sent back the bill and told Parliament, I want you to delete every single clause. Right? And we are still waiting for that. We have to work within the framework of the Constitution, because in as much as we are angry.
No,
Yeah?
don't take us there. Don't call people angry. What you're saying is Uhuru was able to circumvent the Constitution very many times. Okay? Ruto, just 2 days ago, he went against the same Constitution. So you are probably more on their side than you think, because for you are saying, hey, listen guys, this is how the game is played. But we cannot play a game where people are winning. None of us is winning on that side.
Okay.
So when they deem it fit, they go against the same Constitution that you're telling us to uphold. So sisi ndio wajinga, hawa wanaweza fanya vile wanataka. Lakini kikuja kwa sisi, hasa watu kama wewe mnaturudisha kwa Constitution. Mnatuambia it is impossible. Who said it is impossible? Have you the president of what is it called? Argentina. Did you see what he did when he took power?
Yeah.
Exactly, bros. Don't put fear in people's minds. It will be what it will be. If you want it, you go for it. That should be the conversation. What do you think?
But you see, Kibe, if we go down that road, that road is just full of anarchy, to be honest. All right, and there are opportunists who are going to step up and take us down a very scary path. Okay, for example, and Uhuru is a perfect example. Uhuru tried to assault the Constitution through the BBI. Okay, guys didn't take it to the streets. Guys challenged him in court. And the Supreme Court ruled this thing is null and void, and we won. And manze ungeniona hiyo siku mimi was celebrating, okay, because it was an assault to our Constitution. Now we can press the government for more accountability of our resources through the same Constitution. Okay, for example, when Adendwale decided, is how we're gonna deploy the military, our legal minds went to court. We're like, you cannot deploy the military without the National Assembly. But now, the same Kenya Kwanza...
And then, Simon, you've gone to the right place. So there was a lady here by the name of Achieng earlier. And Achieng was saying how this guy was giving the ruling last night, and then he got a phone call and disappeared. And when he came back, he had changed his vibe completely. The direction he was going in, he had completely changed his vibe, and the link was not accessible to as many people as it was before, because they had to change the link 5 times. So I'm trying to get you away from this structured way of doing things that has been created by a corrupt system. Because if you go in there into the corruption of the system, you cannot win. So you telling us, you must anchor behind the Constitution. I'm like, that doesn't make any sense, because the same Constitution is one which is letting these guys screw us.
Oh, okay. Kibe, let's assume let's take the demonstration path. Let me call it that, right? Let's talk here for like a whole month and call for the dissolvement of Parliament, okay? And even for the resignation of the president and the deputy president, okay?
IV Shelmith, can you hear him? Can anybody hear me? Oh, he disappeared. Something must have happened. IV Shelmith, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here, Kibe. How are you?
Great, go ahead.
About what Simon was saying about us waiting, sijui nini nini, that can't happen. Because you see, for example, there's this, Ruto signed a Malabo protocol, which makes him immune to ICC. That means as long as he's in office, he can't be prosecuted for all the crimes that he commits. And that's why this guy wants to be in parliament for as long as he can. Juzi nani Simon anasema sijui mambo na constitution. These people keep changing the constitution. Juzi tu Ruto, the government wanted kuongeza miaka ya the presidential term to 7 years. If we allow Ruto to stay there, he will change the constitution. He will change it to his favor. Na anajua vizuri sana, akiwa huko ndani, he can do whatever he can to us and he will get away with it. He won't be prosecuted. Hiyo ni kitu moja anajua. As long as he's president, he can do anything and he will get away with it. As long as he's president. Right now, he's just killing people. Hata ni kama anakuanga na bipolar. Siku moja ameamka ametuita vizuri, amesema we have sijui a dialogue, anatuongelesha vizuri. The following day he's an animal. He's a completely different person, killing children, shooting people. Ameka mpaka, he's just crazy. We don't need him there. Hata heri tu atokange, we'll be figuring out things out as we go. But not him staying there. Aya, pesa tunachukua. They are borrowing money. This money is not helping us wa Kenyans. But sasa sisi ndo tunafaa tukue taxed, tulipe hiyo pesa. Like, it doesn't make sense. Sijui my MPs wanalipwa. Okay, wanaingia bunge biashara. They're not even there because they have a calling to lead. They are there for the money that they're making by being the MPs, by being in bunge. Governors, sijui kuna women reps, sijui kuna kina Karen Nyamu. They don't even have anything to do there. Wako tu yani, but wanalipwa for just existing. But hata ukiuliza nini wanafanyia wananchi, hakuna. So the whole thing needs to be dissolved. And we can create our own thing that works best for us Kenyans. Juu hii Kenya ni yetu. It's not for them to rule us however they want to. It's not them to come up with things that don't make sense just to pocket more money. Kuna hizi silos that used to store mahindi nini kitambo. Mahindi ikiwa mingi, the government ilikuwa inachukua inaenda ina store mahindi huko. So when there's hunger and all that, wanaenda wanazitoa, wanaendelea kutengeneza unga. So the price of unga wouldn't just hike. These days, those things don't exist. They are owned by private people, by individuals, of which those individuals wako tu huko kwa gava. So wanakuja wananunua mahindi, wanaenda wanaeka, alafu wanakuja wanatuuzia vile wanataka unga. So this whole government is fucked up and it's messing all of us up. Unapata kama uko na duka, sijui unalipia license, unakuwa taxed by goods, hiyo the till number unakuwa taxed. You're being taxed as an individual. You need to pay for the advertising in you. Sijui kanjo wamekuja sijui na nini. There's so much, hata unashindwa sio umetengeneza pesa, yes. But it's all going back to the government. Yani uko na duka hapo, umeuza vizuri, uko na ka profit kazuri, but by the end of the year you're being taxed so much. Hata unashangaa like what's even happening. We can't have this government. And we shouldn't give them space to re-strategize. Tunafaa tu tuende na hii speed yenye tumeenda nayo. We should not let them breathe. About having leaders, maybe we can have people who represent us. That would be nice. I don't know if they can be kept anonymous. ama watu wakuwe ni ka group 2 fulani hapo Kenya hakajulikani ni ka leaders but ni leaders ama people just representing us, because now naona ni kama hata tukitokea tunatokea tu, we don't have like a plan ya vile kunaenda, we don't know where we are heading, we just tunatokea tu, which is nice, yes tunatokea, but maybe we should have, you know, like a plan of hiyo kutokea. We should have people speaking, ama we are learning from, we are just learning as we go, but maybe we will figure out a way of making things happen in a nicer way. But tusichoke, tuendelee kutokea, we don't stop, because with the moment we give them akiangai, tukiwacha Ruto tu akae hapo, tutaumia, because he will kill us now. Huyo mtu uanga hasamehei, he won't let it go. So vile tu tumeanza hivi, we should not stop, because if we let them take over, yani things go back to normal, tujua ametuambia sijui ni nini, we let it die out, we will suffer. We will suffer for the next longest time. Juu hatutaweza kumtoa kwa hiyo kiti tena. That's it, Kibe. Thank you so much.
Wonderful. Ivy, Chelmith. I don't know whether Ziha is there.
Yes, Kibe, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Now, I'll disagree with Njogona Mboro, who's saying that during Uhuru's time, he used to take loans so that he can make development, since the taxpayers' money wasn't enough. In Nairobi alone, it was losing about 730 billion per year, because it was losing about 2 billion per day. You can imagine what the whole country was losing during that time. So by him telling us that taxpayers' money wasn't enough for development, that is very wrong, because let's take a case of like SGR. SGR was built with about 350 billion or so with that money's time. So 700 billion could have extended SGR all the way from Mombasa to Uganda. The government failed to do that simply because of corruption. Now, I'm in the transport sector. I have trucks and I service them with loans, and I use Cooperative Bank, which is owned by the government. In a month, I'm supposed to pay about 204,000 shillings on loan for the truck. I cannot use my cooperative account right now doing other businesses, because each and every time it's getting money, whether it's 1 million shillings, whether it's 2 million shillings, I find nothing in my account. Why? Why is that? Because this money, the government is now taking advantage of even the banks so that they can be able to take money from people. Yet we're not seeing anything being done. So by Ruto telling us that, I don't know, we've dropped the finance bill now, it doesn't still make any sense. We still have people like Moses Kuria, uneducated in docket sectors like trade. What is he doing there? He knows literally nothing about finances and anything. He's just there to loot our money. Our MPs who we elect, they are not educated in any financial sector. And I heard Dr. Pizzo speaking recently, and he was saying that in every constituency as we elect MPs, there has to be someone who has a degree in finance or anything, who can be able to control all the CDF money. Because giving these MPs, they don't know anything how to do with the finances or how to spend the money. They're just looting it all away. So Ruto should have dissolved his cabinet a long time ago. He should have dissolved the parliament a long time ago. So by saying that he'll hold negotiations with Gen Zs, we don't have enough time. If he wanted the best for us as a country, he would have done that a long time ago. People like Moses Kuria, it reached a point he started even fighting back with the government. But instead of Ruto firing him, he's just there. What is he doing? We've never had him speak. We've never had him do anything. We see MPs like Nyabari Chache MP, Zahir Janda. This guy cannot go a month without purchasing a vehicle of more than 50 million shillings. Just recently, he bought a new Mercedes G63. And some weeks before, he had bought a new Range Rover Sport and some other flashy cars. Yet his constituencies, there is nothing that is going on. It's just stupidity. And people who we can blame when the government doing this, sorry to say so, some of our these people just go on internet flaunting how much money they have. Look at a case like a person like who do you call this Kenyan prince? He flaunts money each and every week, carrying millions in cash, and saying that he pays KRA and if they want to come for him, let them come for him. Look at a person like Mike Macarena. He flaunts millions of cash in his Lexus. These are some of the people who make the government want to tax us more so that we can be able, because they see that if people can be able to do this, maybe all Kenyans have money, but they don't want to show off. So we have irresponsible leaders, first of all. Our influencers are also irresponsible. They don't know how to tame themselves. A person going to a club buying alcohol worth 500,000 shillings only to wash his hands with it is just reckless. It's just absurd. So each and every sector in the government, first of all, should have a person who is very well educated in finances so that he or she can be able to control any money spent. Recently, just yesterday, it has been reported that the eCitizen platform has just lost 15 billion shillings, 15.5 billion shillings to be exact. Where has that money gone? Where's that money gone? Each and every day, we use eCitizen and it taxes us badly. A simple transaction of like 20,000 in eCitizen can charge you more than 500 shillings. Where is that money going? We're not seeing anything being done. So let our leaders be accountable, and we don't have time to negotiate about Ruto. He should just go, literally. He has the worst cabinet in Kenya's history. He has the worst MPs. Like, I don't know even where we are right now. Nothing seems to be working. I live in Ngong, and our Kajiado North MP who voted yes to the finance bill had received had spared 10 million shillings of the CPF money to construct a road just here near our home. That 10 million was enough to tarmac that whole road from where it's starting to its end. He only put Maram shillings. He only put Maram and had some tractors to come and crash it down. Right now the road is filthy, filled with mud and water because of the short rains that were there. So we're not accountable. Like our leaders are just not accountable, and they're just stupid. They really should go. And if we are trying to put Ruto out of power, we should start with these MPs, these silly MPs. Each and every constituency should collect the signatures they need to impeach these Kenya Kwanza MPs and Azimio MPs who voted yes for the finance bill, so that Ruto's power can. We don't need him to get to 2027, but it will be hard if we start going directly to him, because as much as we need to remove him from office, there are consequences which can come. If the military decides to take over, it can even be worse. Look at a case like South Sudan. In Sudan, there is war because they successfully impeached the president. The military took over, and things became even worse. Right now, it's war every day, every time. And since we don't have the IBC staff to hold a general election, we have to look for many ways so that we can first make Ruto lose all his power and all he thinks he has to control the government. I was talking to someone from KRA just recently and asked him, when you guys are giving Ruto your plans on how to raise more taxes or ordering the tax base, why don't you tell him the things that he does, or why do you give him such suggestions to continue overtaxing us? And he told me that Ruto has very big advisors who tell him the truth and who present him reasonable measures to do in order to broaden the tax base. But because he has some silly advisors like Oscar Sudi and Farouk Kibet, whatever they tell him is what he does. And when he presents to you whatever he has been told by his advisors, that's the final thing. There is no going back from that. So we really have a fight to pull, and by starting with these honorable members of parliament, throwing them out of power, I guess by the time we get into the president, we will have many options to choose from, and I guess the country will be at a fair position. That's all I have to say, Kibe. Thank you.
Thank you, Zilha. Let's go to the one who's already unmuted himself. This is Midi Joe.
Yes, please. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So first of all, thank you, Kibe, for the platform. Secondly, I'd like to say RIP to our fallen comrades who have helped us to get where we are. Thirdly, I wish to pass my condolences to their families and those that have been left by their loved ones. So I go straight to the question of the day, that should the president call for fresh elections? Yes, he should. Now, can he? That's subject to debate, because I don't think so. But if supposedly he was to call for fresh election, what happens? Because that's the question that people are shying away from. What happens? Because who leads? And the question of who leads, it's either can he or she, because it won't be one person, because Kenya is large. Where will these leaders or the representatives lead us to? So there goes again to each and every one of us, because I think people are fearful, na kuna watu wengi sana kwa hizi spaces wanauza uoga, because I think it's time we said it's now or never. Let me start by saying that I am a leader. Kibe, you are a leader. And I think most of these social media influencers are leaders, because if you can be able to talk to thousands of people and they give you response, and even at tukiangalia sana sana hata our audiences wenye wako kwa space, there are so many leaders here. So tuache kuulizana hii ujinga ati tunataka dialogue, lakini mkiulizwa okay, when it comes to dialogue, who will represent you? Hamna mtu. Sijawahi sikia vita ama sijawahi sikia revolution yenye inaongozwa na kila mtu. Yes, we are there, but at the end of the day, we need guys to fill these vacancies, the parliament, the presidency, name them, the MCAs, kila mtu. So in my opinion, let me echo, first of all, let me echo what one dude said. We need to have like a national coalition for the youth and by the youth. Again, kuna mtu alisema hapa ati Gen Zs ati they have nothing to lose. Let me correct you, my brother. They have everything to lose. Because when you lose time, you lose everything. Na the clock is ticking. Na hatuwezi kaa in the same position tukisema ati tunataka change, na mkiulizwa ama hamna structure of how you'll bring this change to the nation. Because let me correct most of the people here. It's not about Gen Zs. It's about our nation. It's about our country. Na if umekuwa mkisikiza around, kila mtu amechoka. Ongea na mama mboga wamechoka. Watu wa bodaboda wamechoka. Everyone. Either people who voted for this government, me being one of them, nilikuwa pro UDA mbaya sana. Lakini ilifika mahali yenyewe tukasema imetosha mazi, because sisi kama youth hatuoni anything that you are benefiting from this government. Na hata wazazi wetu kila mahali, kila mtu amechoka. It's just that the Gen Zs are the people who started all this. Hao ndio watu fearless, hao ndio watu partyless, hao ndio watu tribeless. Otherwise hii discussion tunaweza ishi hapa kwa space mpaka 2027 tukisema ati sijui nini, lakini hao watu bado wako maofisi, pesa bado itaibiwa, all sorts of bad things will be done. So what are we supposed to do? No, that's the main question, because people are shying away from the main question of the day. What are we supposed to do? So in my opinion, we need to have a unity of purpose. And by so I mean, kama juzi niliona kuna the social influencers wenye wamekuwa kihold spaces, walikuwa so vocal, na saa hii hatuwapati, hatuwasikii. Now, first of all, anything that happens, ama sisi kuleta any change anywhere, you must have a proper channel of communication that is well orchestrated. But again, by who? It's by you and me. Na kama mlisikiza juzi, like maybe like 6 or 7 days ago, our prime cabinet secretary Musalia Mudavadi alikuwa na address people somewhere, na akasema hivi ati in any nation, be it international, any one time yenye finance bill itaikataliwa ama ishaikataliwa, that means that's a vote of no confidence. Na watu wanafaa kuwa very woke. People stay woke. That's a whole prime cabinet secretary who said those words. See, those are not my words. So what does that tell you? That these people in offices, they know they have failed, but they just won't accept it. So it is upon ourselves to do the necessary. Na hii necessary tutadu ina depend on very many things, but it all goes down to one thing. These people need to go. Kibe, I echo your words, because hawezi kuwa na maid anakumistreat ya mtoto na unamlipa, then unasema ati maybe sababu ati maybe because ati ni katikati ya mwezi hujalipwa, unasema bado huo maid akae kwa nyumba yako for another 2 weeks ukingoja ulipwe ndio umlipe aende. Hakuna kitu kama hiyo. Mimi nasema maid aende. If you want your kid to be alive and healthy, wacha maid aende. Wacha ubaki ukijiuliza, sasa juu ameenda, what will I do? Mtoto wangu atakuwa anatekiwa care na nani? Wacha umpeleke daycare, sababu we have many options. Na I hear people asking here, because the IEBC, the national offices, IEBC has the officers in place, ati hatuwezi enda into a general election. You people, are you listening even to your own MPs na wenye wameongea? Read the constitution. Inasema even if fresh elections can be called today, na even the inaikuwa hata IEBC officials are in place, kuna kitu kama African Union. Yes, we can request the African Union to provide us with 9 officers to come and preside over the elections. Tumeona kina the former president Uhuru Kenyatta, si amekuwa everywhere in Africa akienda kusimamia elections. Guys, we are not short of options. It's just that we don't want to think, and you don't want to think in the proper way. Utangoja ati mtoto wako upate siku moja amerushwa kwa fridge na mbocha ameenda, ati ndio sasa uanze kukimbia police station ukaripoti ati upewe OB. Hata ukipewa OB, huo mtoto wako atafufuka kweli? So guys, let's be real. Na let's face our problems as they come. Ni kweli hakuna change inakosanga shida, lakini Are you ready for it? Because if you're ready,
Hiyo sasa conversation Mike. Hiyo ndio who was talking?
yes,
Hiyo ndio conversation ulichosha midi.
yes,
Because now you're putting us on what ifs, telling us the things we cannot do. That is a very old tactic that is used by the generation before mine, and that's us guys, we adopted it. That's why when Gen Z came up with this shit, us guys didn't see it, because it is something so new. So if we bring them back to what we are used to, our experience is going to kill them.
sure,
Because you can't tell me all those people who've tasted blood,
yes,
all those ministers,
yes,
all those CASs, all those like parliamentarians.
yes,
Do you know what lobbying is? That's where they make their money. Where
Yes.
these guys come in and they want to put in a new policy that
Yes.
is going to help, let's say, EABL, and everybody is given a million or whatever.
sure,
So that's how these guys survive. These guys are like socialites.
sure,
So if you go in there to an already formed system that they are in control of,
Quick
what does that
attitude.
do? Very nice. Very nice.
Yes.
Thank you, Midi.
So I have one pointer.
Ukimaliza,
yeah.
uingie.
Yes. On the issue of the registration of the voters na nini, hiyo kitu ni kitu na kwanga, hiyo ni process ongoing. Msiseme ati mnangoja 2027 ati ndio mfanye hii mambo. Hata saa hii visit your offices za ABC wherever you come from, bado uta register. Na nikimalizia, let me say the leaders that we have, they're just a sample of how the society is. Now if we want to change this society, ni saa hii, si kesho. It's me and you, we rise up and we say no to the oppressors. So mi nasema time is now. Everybody pull up your sleeves. Hakuna mambo ya kuulizana ati constitutions juu nini. Hata hiyo constitution sisi tunaweza itumia na tutoe hawa majamaa, because hizi vitu zote ziko laid out. Ni venye hatuna watu wanataka kukama hapo waseme this is the way forward, this is how it's supposed to do, na hizo ndizo vitu tunataka kusikia. So thank you for the platform, na I hope we continue to have a fruitful engagement. Thank you.
Hello, hi guys, good morning. It's afternoon. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you, Vicky.
Yeah, first I want to send my condolences to everybody that lost their family member. We had very terrible things happening at Rongai yesterday. I don't know if anyone is highlighting that or talking about it. Okay, on to the topic of the moment. Should the president call for fresh elections? Kibe, do you, in all honesty, see this guy calling for fresh elections himself? I do not think so. And the gentleman that was talking about the constitution and how it's impossible for us right now to go into elections and whatever, it's not covered by the constitution. How do you expect to have any sort of discussion about the constitution with a person who is constantly not upholding the constitution? Is the current killings by police covered in the constitution? It is our right to protest. Peaceful protests are covered in the constitution. Yesterday, there were a few people protesting in town, and there was a lot of and it's in cameras, right in front of rolling cameras. Is that in the constitution? So we will use the law where it's applicable to continue with this movement, and where the law is applicable, we will go as low as them. Because you cannot fight with a person who's rogue. You know, you continue throwing the constitution or flying around the constitution with a person who's constantly not upholding the constitution. My opinion is all is illegitimate. So don't come at us telling us what the constitution is saying. We've been peaceful. We've been literally on the streets chanting, we are peaceful, we are peaceful, we are peaceful, and we still be shot. No. Who cares? These people don't care. So we'll just have to go as low as them. I'm sorry to mention that. I'm sorry to say that at some point we will start having to go as low as them. There's no such constitution. As we speak, Kibe, has it been made clear that this bill is actually not going to be applicable? Because yesterday there were worries about, the 21 days and this and this. If nothing is done by the parliament, this will automatically becomes law. I'm not a law expert. Did you get anyone to clearly inform us what is happening with that? Because I'm still worried about that. My request, when you're holding spaces for art like this, yes, you have a large audience. As of right now, I was asking our brilliant minds from the Law Society of Kenya, could you please guide us on how we are starting the process of recalling these MPs? If that is the way to start, like I have a voice. When I talk, people listen. I'll go to my community and I'll start. Is it collecting signatures? What is the process? Please give us guidance on that, because we can see. Now. I want to start doing something now. This president is not going to call for fresh elections. We know that. He is trying to even extend the presidential terms. That is what he's trying to do. So let us attack an issue of our leadership. I think, yes, you have a very valid point of who are the leaders. But at the same time, this pointing out the leaders is what will make them infiltrate. It's what will start making them sabotage these leaders and compromise them. So maybe more of committees, I don't know, but not like individuals, more of like a group that you can pick, like every region has like a committee of people, like a lawyer, a doctor, or whatever, like an expert in every field, and then make a committee for every region that can be amplifying the immediate things that need to be addressed as per region. I don't know if it's making any sense, but not like individuals, because we've seen that it's very easy to corrupt individuals. It's very easy. Money, I mean, at the end of the day, money is everything. And if somebody is given a few millies, it easily corrupts their minds. So I think a committee is much more stronger.
But Vicky,
Yeah. Mhm.
you're coming from a position of fear. So you're not allowing your whole mind to think about the solution. Because for you, every time you try to talk, that fear comes back in. So imagine there's no fear, and the people can do exactly what they want to do because this is their country. So they're not held back by a constitution because the constitution is for them. They're not held back by a president who they don't want because he's supposed to be their president, their MCAs, their MPs, their senators, their governors. You get what I'm saying? So the weapon that Gen Z have right now is a secret weapon that I don't even want to reveal it, but it's definitely not in the same system that has been created. So if you think about that system and try to come up with solutions, then you'll have to come up with solutions like theirs.
I hear you. I hear you, and the fear is real, because as millennials, yes, our mindset is not as far fearless as Gen Z. I've also been feeling bad and telling people, don't say, we stop saying that this fight is for Gen Zs, because that is leaving them with too much a heavy of a burden. What is our role? As a generation, what is our role? We cannot leave the fight for them only. But if you're saying that we should step back and let them lead and we follow their lead, that is also okay. That is also okay, because their fearlessness is what has gotten us this far. Yeah, we will support and we will keep fighting in every way we can. But if you're saying we step back and let them guide on how this should go, that is also okay. I have no problem with that. I'm just feeling really bad if we keep saying that it is a Gen Z fight, while we are the people, okay, our parents, and in reality, but also us, because we've been so fearful and so quiet when bad things and terrible things are happening and not doing anything about it. So yeah, if you say that we should take their lead, I have no problem with that. I just cannot sit back and say this is a Gen Z fight. That is not okay. That is leaving the burden that is too heavy on them. So as a request, yeah, people like you with the big platform, could you kindly start finding out for us what is the process of starting to recall these people like these fucking MPs? We want to start there. I want to start there as soon as yesterday. I want to know what needs to be done. I will make it my life mission from right now. Go to my community. I'll go door to door, foot by foot, like go. If signatures collected, collect the signatures, and then we know what is the next step and things like that. Like, let's feel like we are starting the process. As much as we're having these discussions and, how are we going to get rid of this president and all. Like, I want action. I want action. Whatever the law can support, I want to start there. I want to do my small part. I want to start there. Thank you, Kibe, for your time.
Thank you, Vicky. Appreciate that. Kanywa, are you there? And after Kanywa, immediately let's have Elsie. Try and keep your submissions below 2 minutes, if you can. Najua nyinyi, you've been raised up in families where you talk a lot. Kanywa, are you there? Okay, Kanywa is missing in action. Let's have Elsie.
I am here. I'm here. Sorry, I think I was really struggling to activate the mic. Again, just like everyone else is saying, it's to say that sincere condolences to people who continue to lose their family members, and especially the children. That for me, really, really shocking. It is very sad if we can get people who can blatantly kill children, very young children who are not even aware of what is happening. It is a sad day and time for us. Mine will be really short. I just wanted to indicate the fact that if people at whatever point or for whatever reason we are to drop this button at this, we are going to have it tougher, worse than it has ever been. Because remember, people definitely feel we are like on different positions. We're in different sides. So if we lose the fight from our end and we decide for whatever reason, or because we do not have people feel like they are not leaders from the side of the protesters, or people that of those of us, or us, the Kenyans, who feel we are aggrieved by the ills that are, then it is gonna be worse. And I don't think we will ever get an opportunity like this. Things look up, and it's really sad to see how, or the politics fighting a personality or and those historic is, while others are struggling even to get a meal a day. If we cannot get these people who are getting, like, they are honestly are at the verge of death, but people still continue to milk us because they are politicians. They invested during campaigns, and that is why they feel so entitled. They come as investors, yeah? They will go get their money from God knows where. They come pour money in things that do not even work for us, things like lessons and, and then when they go to the parliament, they are not going to represent us in any way. They are going there to first recoup their money, then secondly come back to invest, because they want again now to retain their seats. So they are a person who was alikuwa anauza mandazi na huko Ushago ama wherever they came from, mtu hata hajasoma, they are there like driving the very latest four-wheeler cars, very, very expensive cars, living very expensive life, and they are living this life of opulence very openly, and they do not feel a thing. So it is to say that we cannot agree to now again succumb to this system. Since the Gen Z, as we call them, have showed us the way, it is a concern of every Kenyan. We cannot stop at this, especially because, okay, of course, a lion that has been jilted, or a lion that has been chokozed, it's very dangerous. So if for whatever reason we are to stop at this, then we should just count it as a lost fight, so we cannot stop. But then also it's the question to you, to not to you Kibe per se, but to the platform here. Yes, or as the others have talked about the constitutional issues. Again, the constitution is not working for us. People have been very clear here. The constitution, no one really. It is the constitution when the people need it. But when them need it and they want to do their things, it no longer upholds. So then, what are some of the ways we are going to use to have a structured and a very sustainable campaign? Because we need to have to figure this end to end. We cannot just work and think through this particular moment alone. We need also to think of the sustainability to get through to the action. So in the event we get, not in the event, when we get to achieve the things that we are talking about, this administration stepping down, and it's very sad that people continue to say the government. It is not the government. This is just the administration, yeah, and it is the administration for this particular period for 5 years. So the government is of the people, by the people, for the people. So we are actually the owners of the government, and we have delegated our rights to them for them to represent us. But now, when we get there, how do we plan to get to ensure that our country does not also get into a political instability, such that now the external communities, the international communities, who are again the same people that are pushing for our enslavement, do not take that advantage, because the UN and the other organizations will take that advantage in the event there is a gap, and they will come and even enslave us further. Yeah. So what do we, given the situation that we are in, what do we do to ensure that we are sustainable? We are fighting it to the end, and even at that end, we will be sober enough, and we will have a country that is sane, that is led by us, and we are the people that we have a say in it. We can be seen and be heard in it without really no causing chaos and then getting ourselves into a worse situation. It's important that we think through that. Thank you. Back to you, Kibe. Thank you for the platform, and thank you for the audience.
Thank you, Kanywa. Tony, are you here? Tony?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. First and foremost, let me take this opportunity to thank you for giving me this chance in this platform, and let me also pass my condolences. Let me condole with the families of those who lost their family members and their loved ones in the police brutality. It was very unfortunate. Now, I want to retaliate on what Madam Kanyo has said. We need to be very careful moving forward. Okay, just a minute, please.
Elsie, are you ready? If Elsie or Yo is not ready, you can go to Victor. Victor, are you ready? Victor Koloba.
Yes, I'm ready, Kibe.
Go ahead.
First, nasema pole sana kwa the fallen soldiers wenye tumepoteza in our cause. And then on the topic about fresh elections, that is not a wise option for us at our current state. Kwanza, my take is the system that we are occupying is very rigged in such a way that hata tukisema tuweke elections zingine, tuweke watu wengine, they will still cook those people wakuwe crooked kama hawa. So we don't have people wenye tunaweza trust kwa the current system. So kwanza what we have achieved hii wiki kuangusha the finance bill inafaa ikuwe a stepping stone towards our goal. Inafaa tuna check the government, inafaa yani we create a system, an enabling environment for us to grow. Hatuwezi kuwa tunasema tunataka elections zingine, tunataka sijui Ruto, hatutapata mtu mwingine mwenye atatuongoza. Watu wanasema mambo mingi sijui Ruto, okay, unaweza chukia Ruto, unaweza chukia Soro, unaweza chukia anybody else, but the people wenye tunaweka hapo wako enabled na system yenye ni mbaya already. So kitu yenye tunafaa tufanye ni kuunite kwanza, hii system tuirekebishe. The constitution yenyewe inatusuppress sisi, inatusuppress, wanaitumia constitution kutusuppress. Tunafaa kama kuna watu, they are lawyers, kuna watu wenye wamejua law, watusaidie how can we correct the constitution, how can we have a system yenye tukipata mtu akiiba pesa tunamwendea tu immediately. Mtu anakuja kutudanganya sijui tumetenga sijui tumefanya aje, tunamwambia hapo hapo aache kutudanganya. Yani hivyo ndio tuta survive. Mambo na ku-elect other leaders itaweza. Thank you.
I mean, it sounds so good. It sounds so good that we can. I mean, this country is run on the rule of law. So unless you completely do away with the constitution, and then you create a whole new thing for yourself, at some point you must come up with a better suggestion. You must. And I know you guys don't want to hear that, but it's true. You must come with a better framework and say, this is our framework and this is what we see. The Prime Minister of Argentina, when he got in, he did away with so many useless ministries. And he told guys, these ministries are useless because kazi yao is just to eat money. So if you go down that route, your armor in peace, every day, wako pale parliament, adding themselves salary, doing whatever they want. They have held us by the balls. And then now they have somebody who's holding all of them by the balls. So if you try to go to one, the other takes you out. But yeah, thank you, man. Thank you for that submission, Vicky. Let's see who else is here. Miss Kangai, are you here? Miss Kangai. Uko mbali sana na mic.
Sorry?
Uko fiti?
Okay. I think for me, my approach into this is that if you want to eat an elephant, you eat it bit by bit. We can't start correcting Kenya by changing everything, because how long will we do elections? For how long will we have to do fresh elections? For how long will we have to move corrupt leaders and put others, and then the others become also corrupt and we have to remove them? For how long will we have to do this? I feel like the most appropriate way to approach the problem and the crisis that the country is facing at the moment is by empowering every other arm of the government. Like, this country is not run by the president alone. This country does not belong to the president alone. This country is not controlled by one person. There are so many people, there are so many stakeholders in this country that are given the responsibility to run and ensure that everything that is happening in the country is the right thing. And these people are the ones that I feel like we should be pointing our fingers to, because why are they silent? Why are they watching the country as it crumbles, yet they have the power to be able to say no and say that what is happening from the arm of the executive is wrong? Like, why is it that the executive has all the power to control? Where is the independence of all other arms of the government? Why is the judiciary quiet? And they're supposed to be the people holding the executive accountable to what they do? Is it a must that this country is being held by just one person, Miss Faith Odhiambo, that she has to run around every court to submit petitions on what the government has imposed on citizens? That means if, God forbid, something is to happen to her, country will just shamble and everyone is going to watch the country fall. I feel like the other people, the other stakeholders in our country have failed us terribly, and they're being controlled by the executive, and that's why you say that nothing is running, nothing. It's a battle of Kenyans versus the president, and trust me, it's going to be difficult to win that battle. And at the end of the day, it's going to be blood being shed on the street, the blood of innocent people who are just trying to fight for their rights. It's high time we came together as citizens, the same way we came together and fought against the finance bill without having someone telling us that this is what we should do. Is the same way we should come together and call out these other stakeholders, call out the judiciary, call out the EACC, because why is it that these people are allowing corrupt people to just float their money on the social media?
Who is this who wants to run in here very fast? The rundown. What's up? I think we lost Miss Kangai.
Andrew, what's up, man? I was listening to you guys. I wanted to just pop in and say hello. Yes. So originally, I thought you guys were talking about the presidential elections here in the United States because we had the debates today, and then I heard a little bit about the conversation. Man, you guys are very passionate in here, man. I love the energy and the community you have going on in here, man. Andrew, it's a pleasure to meet you.
Thank you, the rundown. Appreciate it. Oh, that debate, I watched it. That debate was tough to watch, bro.
Man, well, it was. Well, one thing we're gonna expect from Trump is a comedy. It seems like it's a whole like horror movie comedy, fake matrix that we're in. But hey, if these are the two candidates right now for presidency, go for it. I see Tyrese Gibson is here. My guy is my friend Tyrese Gibson from Fast and the Furious. I don't know if he wants to come up, but I see him in the audience. Shouts out to him. But yeah, Andrew, what did you think, man? I mean, watching the elections, what do you see?
You know what I thought? America is controlled by emotions. That's the problem. So that means that you guys are controlled by the women's nature. That's why even after the election, after the debate, did you see how Jill Biden was talking to him like a child?
Yeah. You answered all the questions correct, man.
Like a 2-year-old. Trying to encourage them. Yeah, but let's not get diverted. Today we are here to discuss.
Yeah.
But thank you for coming through, bro.
I'm gonna respond like Biden and thank you. I'll go to the audience. Thank you.
We'll allow you to go to the audience.
Yeah, yes, sir. That was my Biden impression. Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
I'll try to save you like the CNN guy.
Yes, sir, man. All right, keep killing it, man. Peace.
All right, thank you. Ms. Kangai, are you back?
I think I haven't finished.
Yeah, so when you get phone calls, it disconnects you and can't hear anything.
Okay. So, as I was saying, the thing is that I feel that the country is being failed by everyone, not just the president. And the president is the one aiding these people, and not even aiding. He's the one who is oppressing everyone. So it's high time we move and we mobilize ourselves. By the way, I feel that with the whole finance bill, we should have learned by now that online activism really does work. Because no matter how much noise we're going to make, we're going to call upon the ICC, we're going to call upon those international bodies, trust me, you can take a good example with the situation of Palestine and Israel. How many international organizations came in and there was no answers. There was nobody to say stop this. How many people we moved to court? International organizations moved to court and said, you know, what Israel is doing to Palestine is wrong, and still the ruling was made in favor of Israel. We cannot just keep on depending on people out there in the country out there, because there is nobody that is dedicating itself to come and be able to fight for the rights of those who are being oppressed. Absolutely no country is going to do that. Every country is fighting for their own development. Every organization is fighting for its own development. All about ourselves. So we move and say that, why is the judiciary silent? The judiciary should be doing this and this. Why is the EACC being silent, be silenced and not being able to take these MPs? These MPs, those people have failed this country terribly. In fact, I feel like we should not even be having such people in this country. Maybe even governors and senators should be doing something better than those MPs or their MCAs. These people are the ones we are supposed to be calling upon them and telling them, you know what, it's high time you take responsibility and hold these people accountable for what they're doing. Because if we decide to go for the president, directly for the president, it's just going to be a bloodshed, because there is no person in power who wants to let go of power, especially not the president of this country. That man is not gonna sit down one day and say, you know what, the enough is enough in this country, let me step down. It's never gonna happen. He's never going to go down without a fight. And we stand to be slaughtered, because if we go directly, it's just wrong. You can't eat an elephant by just going directly on it and eating everything at once. No, we need to fight from these other people. Let them be able to know that we have seen it. They're silent. We have seen it. We should be able to push for these things online. We should be able to push for it in the streets.
I think we lost her again. Amaje, Tony?
Okay, thank you again. I'm sorry I got distracted a little bit. Now I can proceed. Let us first begin with asking ourselves one question. What is the problem? First, is revenue collection our problem? No. Reason? We collect money equivalent to Uganda, Tanzania, and Rwanda combined. So revenue is not the problem. That is first. So where should we begin? Now the revolution has just begun, and we need to ask ourselves questions. What should be done so that we can get our country back on track and in the right direction? First, and what is our expenditure? Starting from the ruling class. Our expenditure is the problem, because when you look at our per capita income, our members of parliament and our ruling class, they get 97 times our per capita income. Well, when you compare with the other countries, they get around maybe 26, 30, I think the highest is getting around 30 times the per capita income of every country. They keep comparing us with the countries. Okay, we can be this one. Morocco is paying, I don't know, 22% taxes. Another not 22, they are paying 30%, 40%. Other countries are paying 60%, but they are not mentioning what is their expenditure vis-a-vis what is their expenditure, or what are their salaries vis-a-vis the per capita income. That is the problem we have. If moving forward, if all these things, if we get right this thing, then we are going to move in the right direction. We need to have SRC, which is independent of influence from the members of parliament, because SRC, it is like they are controlled by the members of parliament. If you don't give us this, we will not give this. you this. So they are controlled in a way, though not directly but indirectly. So they are the ones who approve. If the members of parliament decide to add themselves salary, the SLC will approve, because if they don't approve, then they will be screwed on another side. So we need to make SLC independent. And as we know, corruption fights back. So there is that fight. We have a clique of corrupt judicial service members. So these members of parliament and the ruling class, they always find a way of swaying things in their favor using the back door. So that is something that also needed to be checked on, the judicial system. And salaries should be reviewed. If members of parliament want high salaries, let them deliver first. The per capita income be raised. As the per capita income raises, then their salary should raise in proportion to the per capita income. So I think moving forward, if it is possible, we should look into the salaries. The salaries are reduced to a certain level, be it maybe now it is at 97% of the per capita income. If it is reduced to 50, and we tell them, okay, if you want your salaries to be increased, make sure that the economy is working, everybody, the per capita income of every person is going to rise, and so yours is also going to rise in a certain ratio. That way, I think things will work better. And we should also strip these unnecessary positions. What is the use of CES positions? Huh? These useless positions, they are getting paid approximately 700,000 per person, and we have very many, and they are planning to add more even. So the problem is expenditure. Revenue is there, wastage, corruption. That is the major problem that we have. And why do we need an office of the wife of the president? For instance, you are employed, you should take care of your family. You are the one who is employed, we have not employed your wife. Same as the deputy president, same as this one cabinet secretary for this one Musalia Mudavadi. Why do their wife have offices which have support staff allocated millions of money? That money can be utilized to do other things like paying the JSS teachers, feeding program. They are stripping money from the most important things and allocating money to useless things like the CES positions. This one, wife of the vice president and wife of Mudavadi. Our healthcare is not working. These problems can be solved if we say enough is enough, and I think this is the beginning of a new revolution, and I'm positive that things are going to change. However, gradual, they might be gradual, so let us also act very cautiously, because if we ban our country, this international community, they will come and they will work with some other people, and they will find their way of corrupting us, bringing their ideas and their ideologies and their policies. So we have to tread very carefully. The first steps we are taking are very important. We are going to put pressure on them. Those people who are voting yes, they should be put under pressure, so that they know, okay, people should know if we do something wrong, there is accountability. That is what we want. If you are corrupt, we have seen some people, which is unfortunate, some people buildings and businesses have been raised down, but that is sending a message. If you steal public money, we are watching you, and something is going to happen. So that is going to instill fear in some way. So in the future, these things will be controlled. Like in China, somebody knows if you are corrupt, you are going to be eliminated. So they should also fear, because they have been getting away with a lot of things. Even the first finance bill of 2023, 2024, they passed it, nothing happened. So they thought it is going to be business as usual, but now things are changing. And I hope that people who are in the legal department, we will get maybe some people to guide us what needs to be done and how things need to be done so that we can get there. But first, we need to check on our expenditure. That is the biggest problem that we have. So thank you so much for this chance, and I hope we are going to get our country back. But don't forget, corruption fights back. So these people, they are going to fight. But we need to stand strong together and let us not allow anyone to corrupt us. So thank you very much, and I'll be following you. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony. Let's get the last few people to give us their suggestions on whether, what's the direction for this country? That's the whole question. Everybody's asking, okay, so we got that, but what next? Wasike?
Yo, jambo. Kibeniaje?
Fiti fiti.
Mi nitaongea hivi. Hii Kenya ni kama gari. For example, we have a Mercedes Benz. We know the origin of it in Germany. But the problem is, hii gari tumeletewa, si yetu. Manual imekuja na hii gari imetoka Germany. That's the constitution ama the laws. Zimetoka wapi? Germany. But for us Kenyans, tuna build our own car, which is Mobius. But you want to use the manual ya Germany car apply kwa Mobius. It cannot work. Yet, hii gari yenye ni yetu Mobius imeharibika. Tires are flat. No gas. Hakuna mafuta. But the driver who is the president, tunamtia pressure. Sukuma hii gari iende mbele. Sukuma hii gari iende mbele. Haiwezi work. Ni sisi nafaa tuambie huyu driver wetu kwamba hii gari tunatumia manual yenye haifai. Give the manual ya hii gari inafaa. Ni kama una exchange manuals. Hii gari uliambiwa kwamba inatumia diesel. Na umechukua umeipea petrol. It's not working. So, tusitumie sheria ya mtu mwingine kurule our own house. Let's create our own rules. Right? Number 2, during war, wars create room for people to get money. Angalia kwa spaces. Hawa watu walikuwa wanapushi vijana wakisema vijana endeni state house. Hawa watu, majority of these people are not in Kenya. That brings in the question of, nyinyi watu mko huko majuu mnaambia vijana waende Kenya. What are your intentions? Ukiangalia vizuri, hawa watu wanataka kupushia issue ya watu waende waumie, then wanasema hawa Kenya wameumia, tupeleke msaada. Wakileta ile msaada, wakule part of it. Ask yourself this question. There's a time of stress na ulikuwa unauliza watu, unaambia watu, this thing of HIV doesn't make sense. Kuna watu walikuja nje wakikupiga wakikwambia wakifight sana wakisema kipe no you are fine this wakaleta hiyo topic ikalast for 1 week. Kwa nini walikuwa wanakupiga vita? Kuna mahali walikuwa wanaguza kwamba mahali wanakulia ndio wakutaka ilikuwa hiyo siri. Same way ukiambia hapa watu saizi, kwa nini Kibera is the poorest place in East and Central Africa? Yet Kibera has over 500 NGOs. Hiyo topic watu watakata. So in the same message na watu wenye wako nje ndio wanajaribu kupush na watu wetu wenye tuko hapa. Vijana endeni muumie, alafu kujifanya tunaleta misaada, alafu kulio pesa. Lastly, mali vitu as make sense. We have this thing called the women rep. Why do you have women rep? Kwa ballot paper unapata unaambiwa kila mtu ana vote women rep. See, I thought women rep wana represent women. But mbona wanaume wana vote ama wako kwa line wana vote kwamba this should be the women rep? Sio ni kazi wanawake. Why is it that men are allowed to vote for women reps? That means the manual is the problem. So we need to change the system, which is the manual. The president is not the problem. Yeah, anapata manual alimeletewa, but the manual is not working for this car. The car has its own manual. Tumeabandon manual yenye gari yetu iko nayo, tumechukua manual ya gari nyingine. Thank you.
Thank you, Wasika. Richard, go ahead.
Thank you, Kibe. Thank you for the space, and thank you to everyone that's contributed so far. I'll try to be brief. First of all, I would like to offer my condolences to everyone that's lost or been killed in this time, and also wish quick recovery to everyone else that got injured. Kwanza, mi nimetoka huko North Rift, and the first thing I'd like to say is I'd like to advise anyone that has links huko to be very open about the current executive and what they know about him from those days. And once you understand him, you'll know the kind of situation that we're in. I'd like to also disagree with Simon Buru, the politician that was here maybe an hour ago, on various issues, but also remind him that he ran for election. He couldn't get anywhere because he was going up against corruption. Nigeria, corrupt money. Our elections have become very expensive. Running for office has now become a rich man's game, and not just any rich man, but a corrupt rich person's game. So it is very difficult for us to elect the right people, Kosabu. It's driven by money. So Buru, instead of insisting on a continuation of the situation, I think he should change his approach because he will never be elected. If he continues like this, he should forget politics because he will never make it unless he himself steals a lot of money, then he'll get in. Now, my view of the current political situation, and this is to answer the question whether we should have fresh elections, my answer to that is definitely we need fresh elections. Kwasabu, the entire political system is poisoned. All our institutions have been captured. The MPs, I've been looking at them and wondering, Kwanini, they're so much against the people. And the only conclusion I can get to, or I reach, is that they were all planted there. Whether you are ODM, ama wherever. Jamaa wote waliekwa huko ndani na Ruto. And they will never vote against him. It's not even about being bribed to do this thing. The rigging in the last election was so deep and so structured that he's managed to capture the legislature. The judiciary is captured, the police are captured, so all institutions are completely captured, and there is no way or no maneuvering for us at this point. And it's because of that I think we should have fresh elections. Kila mtu ende nyumbani, and we elect new people. And there's a pathway to which we can get to for that. But before I go to that, I also want to make a comment on the economy. Our economy is rigged with corruption. The fact that our budgets are becoming bigger and bigger, it's not that we're spending more and more on things that are useful to us, things that are economically beneficial, to then make it easier to pay for the loans. All that money is being lost. And I actually resent when people say sijini mambo za wastage or nini. Wasting is hata kununua magari is wastage, but it's not that. The amount of money disappearing is so much, it can't be just wastefulness. This is money being stolen, being kept in accounts abroad and other places where it doesn't even benefit our economy. And this is why we're taking loans. We're taking loans over loans to pay other loans, and the money that has been lent to us is then stolen. We're not benefiting anything by continuing this journey and on the trajectory that we're on. So everything has to come to a stop. And we have to examine where the money has gone, because that's how we'll find our way going forward, and that's how we'll break free from these shackles. That's how I see it in terms of our economy. Our economy is not as big as the budget is claiming. A majority of it is the fact that the money is stolen. And we can see it because our public services are non-existent. Yeah. And if they're non-existent, then where is the money that's supposed to pay for those public services going? Because it is raised every year. So that is money that is stolen. A quick comment on the Constitution. I'm Gen X, the lower end of Gen X, born in the 70s, late 70s. And I was around in my teens when things were happening in 1990, 91. And the way I view our Constitution, although it's a compromise, it's a good one. And every single clause in that Constitution, for those that don't know, was a solution to a problem that we've previously had. Najua, a specific one I can mention quickly, the position of the DP. That was included in there because Moi used to play around with that VP's position, used to offer it to everyone, promise it to all sorts of communities, and use it to really control the politics of the land. And I understand why it was decided that that position should be an elected position on the same ticket as the president. And there are many other clauses in there. So I don't think our constitution is a problem as a whole. There are certain areas of it that are problematic, but those can be fixed. Generally, it's a good constitution. The only problem is that it's a good constitution in the wrong hands. We've got a guy that will break every rule in there. He was actually very much against this constitution. He campaigned against it. He never wanted it, and he will never use it going forward. He only uses it against us. And we're in a situation where we're dealing with a guy that is not even following the constitution. So why are we tying our hands with this same constitution and we're dealing with someone that is acting outside of the constitution? So in terms of solutions, this is what I think. We have to see it as it is. This is an emergency. It's an emergency situation, and we can't continue like it's okay and things are fine and they'll just resolve themselves. It's an emergency situation, and we have to take emergency measures. If your house is on fire, you don't wait for the firemen to come with the right equipment, to start putting out the fire. You start trying to do something. Hata kama ni mchanga, you use that to try and stop the fire while the other stuff comes in. So I think the entire government, all the politicians, everyone has to step down, will be removed from office in whichever way, and we start afresh. We could have an interim government, maybe a government of national unity or whatever, with one task, and that one job is to set up and run a fresh election. Alafu, everyone will be re-elected, and then that new parliament, senators, and everyone else will then be the ones to help us navigate the rest of the situation. And for those that think government will come to stand, there's no problem. The civil service is the one that provides us with stability throughout, even between elections, and they will continue working. The economy won't come to standstill because we still have, although it was a bad one, the finance bill of 2023. Yeah, we can continue with that. So our economy will continue performing. And we shut down the country for maintenance. We tell everyone that
Santino, can you hear Richard?
Nah, man. Everyone's getting a phone call from the Chile this morning. I don't know what's going on. He's in the metaverse, man. He's lost. He went to the Matrix. Man, this shit fucking. It just jumped out. Okay, Barry, you back?
Oh, you had left as well.
Man, no, it was not you. It was his. His connection totally was done. I think he jumped.
Yeah, mine also just cut in the middle. I was like, they have sabotaged me. How good that sounds. It sounds like a freedom fighter guy.
Keep on here.
Go ahead.
Okay, I think nimefika nikisema the civil service will provide the stability we need. Our economy will continue. We shut down the country for 3 to 6 months for maintenance and rebuild our institutions, because without these institutions, we're stuck. And this guy will never leave office. He got into office, he fought everyone, he did everything. He's in there because he wanted it, and he wanted it so badly, and he got it. And that's what I think we should do. In terms of suggestions, and SK people uliza several times, especially for the tech generation, your solutions will be in tech. And since it's an emergency situation, tying ourselves up with stories of IBC and all that, those could be set aside. We could have this tech that we can use. And, and I speak from a place of experience where we've built tech ourselves that runs an election every 120 seconds. and it's been running for years, and it's something that can be done over again. I'm a fan of open source software, and I believe using those tools that are out there, we've got a very good and strong tech community. We can build these things. I'm advocating for us to have an open electoral roll that anyone can access, anyone can, one that is managed by the citizens. Forget about IBC and other institutions that can be corrupted. Yeah. And in fact, we could even run a large open referendum. It can be set up in days, maybe just weeks, a tech one. And we can take a vote of no confidence in this guy. So we have to recognize that we're in a state of emergency, and we have to take emergency measures in this time. And that's my submission. Thank you, everyone, and good luck.
You see, Richard, at the time when these other referendums and movements were happening, all these guys had families. All our parents were, they were parents. So for them, touching them is very easy. Somebody came here earlier and said soft what? Soft underbelly. So that's why we grew up under hush tones. Oh, don't say that. There might be somebody listening. Oh, don't open your mouth. Oh, you never know.
Yeah, that's right, Kibe. I grew up in that environment. Unajua zile za you wake up one day, your parents have been sacked from the civil service because of something that happened. Unajua ile watu wanapatikana na small bits of paper in their pockets na wana nini. Aga Khan walk, you couldn't gather on Aga Khan walk more than 2 people. Ka ujashikwa. Unajua, and it's not that long ago either. It's just over 30 years ago. And yeah, I agree with you. And for me, this is why I identify with this movement, because I come from that era where we don't say things, we don't say much. But I'm so proud of the generation that can speak and get, have themselves heard. And I dedicate myself to helping them in whichever way I can, because it could actually help right some of the wrongs that have come through. But every generation has had its fight, and we must recognize that. So today's generation, this is their fight. And, I'm rallying people of my age. We can help. We may not have the strength, because these guys they're strong, they're powerful, they're young, but we can provide them with resources, mentoring, and just basic things. And collectively, it's a fight for our nation and for everyone. And collectively, we'll get somewhere.
Thank you, Richard.
Yeah, one last thing, Kibe. Just one last thing. I just needed to remind everyone.
One last thing.
Mimi. Mimi Mluya wa Kitale. But skiza. History, everyone. History is so important. Read history, read books about history, especially the history around our independence. There are several books. One's called Dictatorland. Yeah, read that. It discusses the history of Africa around independence and what happened. And when you read that book, you'll understand certain things. Concentrate on the area, the part about Congo, Seseko, and you'll see some similarities. And and that's quite important. The other thing, for me, I was first an educational refugee, and I'm now an economic refugee. The time I left, the situation was quite bad in Kenya. It took 2, maybe even 3 years to join university. And even then, the universities were so badly underfunded. The schools were underfunded, the whole place is crumbling. And you don't want to get back to that place. From where I'm standing, we are going back there. Yeah? Very fast. And nobody wants to be there. And I'm very proud of our people who don't want to leave the country to go and work abroad. We want to stay at home and build our country. I have met a lot of Kenyans of my generation who left, and the level of brain drain that our country has suffered cannot be quantified, because a lot of these people in very senior positions, doing very highly specialist work for other countries, paying taxes in other countries, offering their resources, their energy to these countries in their prime. All these people had to leave because of the conditions at the time. We don't want that to happen again. We really don't. Thank you, Kibe. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Marcy, are you here?
Yes, I'm here. How are you, everyone? Thank you so much for the opportunity, Kibe. Just a quick one. For me, I believe that we should find a way to reduce the salaries for these MPs, because in Kenya it has become away a normality that people want to go to parliament to make themselves richer. So we should find a way of stopping that. And then a lot has been said, so I won't repeat myself. Then number two, we should find a way of reducing trips around the world, the whole benchmarking thing, and what people should read books and stay in the country and work. And then number three, we have to understand that we are all adults moving forward. We are able to make decisions. I'm just telling the younger people, we are able to make decisions, and nobody should intimidate you and tell you that you're young, your voice cannot be heard, your voice cannot be heard, and etc. You should be able to stand your ground and make your decisions and believe that you're an adult, because most of the older generation suffered from the whole feeling of, oh, my parents will make decisions for me, my parents will do this. And we can see our parents are the ones who have been given money in the villages. They're the ones who are busy saying, I'm supporting so and so. And the person that they're supporting, we can see this person, the only thing this person will bring into the constituency is money. But this person will not represent us in the right way. So I believe that salaries for the MP should be reduced. That should be the first thing we will do, and then allowances should also be reduced so that they can feel human and so that they do not feel that they are above us, so that they can feel that they serve us, so that anyone that goes into parliament will go in to serve, not to make themselves rich. Yeah, that's my take. Thank you for the opportunity. Asante.
So thank you, Mercy. I have one comeback. You see, the systems are never the problem. So even a system like going to find out which new technology China has, that's a good idea, because then you don't have to come up with the technology yourself. You jump ahead and you catch up with everybody else. So China was able to do that with America. China sent people to America to learn in all the best colleges. All the best colleges. So they learned everything, medicine, engineering, everything that was to be learned that was valuable. They learned in the best colleges. And the government took care of that. And immediately these guys finished. Now they come back to their own country and now start to work where they are valuable. So a lot can be said, yes. But the only reason why we are angry at these people is because we see how they go do benchmarking. But benchmarking is really a good idea. It's just that if you pick anything, Mercy, if you pick anything out of all the things that people do, you can either do it in a good way or in a bad way. Are we together? Thank you, Mercy. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you. Asante.
Ndutawa Jack.
Hi, Kibe.
What's up?
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're
Oh,
good.
thank you. Thanks, Kibe, for the platform. I want to start by expressing my gratitude to everybody that was in the streets. That is a sign of so much solidarity, of being patriotic and standing up for our country. These Gen Zs have shown us, have redefined what it is to be really patriotic. Before I express my sentiments, I want to also, lay out my sympathy to anybody that lost their lives and those that have lost sisters and brothers in this. They have lost fighting for us all. Their unwavering commitment for change, will remain a voice for us all. They have died pushing for that change. We all in our hearts are indebted with so much wanting change, and they have pushed it to that. They have not only fallen, but they have fallen heroes. I want to touch on a few things. For people to cut this through, they need a plan. and I've been listening to a few people. I don't want to repeat on what people have touched on, but there's a few things that people have raised. I think people need a way forward because it's now or never. They need a definite way forward. You know, as much as most of us were away from home, I'm all the way to Australia, and we were feeling like we just want to be in the streets because everybody is tired, including us that live abroad. Everybody wants to be home. We want a hope to come back to. So everybody is annoyed, infuriated. We are angry. We want a country. We don't want to just say we don't have a country. We want a country. There are few voices that have spoken, and I'll just echo what they've said because I'll end up repeating myself. Somebody mentioned about a committee. In Australia, the government functions with committee participation of everything. So even the Gen Z, I would also echo that people need a committee. You know, it doesn't have to be the actual committee, but people need a voice. You know, where people can, you know, a group of people can meet, and that's the people that can amplify. As much as we're saying that is a point of fear, it's not a point of fear. There needs to be a lead in everything. It can't just be a bus just being driven to nowhere. There needs to be a lead. Even if there are those people that will stand up and say, you know, we are leaders, these are coalition, these are, you know, leading the revolution. We need a committee. That's where we can pool our resources, pool our masses, and take that to people, and the same can amplify. We need people that can lead the bus, because it's now or never. We cannot stop here. We cannot relent. And our voices, you know, we have so much. Our force, our group, you know, the whole Gen Z group is a force that they can reckon. We need fresh actions. We need fresh minds. We need fresh thoughts. And that includes the people that we have bestowed power to. We need to start afresh. However that happens, it needs to be done. I will just make a few points. In terms of, some people are saying that our systems don't work. Of course they do, but they are overcrowded by corruption. And also, our problem is not it's not collecting taxes. Somebody mentioned that's not the problem. It's actually not the problem. We were losing $1 billion every day in Uhuru's government. So there is none that is good or better than the other. Even in this one, I'm sure if you're given the numbers, I'm a numbers person, if you're given the numbers, it's a pity. The way we see people flaunting, you know, why can't that money be just be used appropriately to proper use? Yeah? He has proper advisors, but as somebody said, I listened and somebody said that he gets the proper advice, but then he self-advises. He goes again and override the expert advice. If you're talking about taxation of a country, I don't have an idea about a country's budget, but I'm a tax accountant. At least I understand the budget. Why can't we cut costs? The 18 billion that the finance committee wrote to Parliament on Wednesday after the Maandamano, that they are going to cut 18 billion of JCC. Is that the priority? Their priorities are wrong. Why can't just start cutting budget from the right angle? You know, piece it from the right angle. If you're talking about broadening tax base, is indirect taxes our axe and where we would arm ourselves to start with? Why aren't they looking at it in a logical perspective? You know, our Kenyan people, our average earning is 22,000. If I have the right numbers, 22,000. Maybe give it 22 to 25,000 everybody and that tax base of direct taxes is very small. That is why somebody, you know, advised him, why can't you go for the indirect taxes? Because that one he will get everybody. But then what are you doing to Kenyans that are already struggling? You're increasing an indirect tax base, but then you're taxing people that are already taxed from the direct base and are already struggling. You can't compare West way of taxation to a Kenyan taxation. You are only bringing that economy down. Why can't they talk about tax cuts? There's a white man there's a video. I want everybody to just go find out that video. That man talks about tax cuts. The reason they're actually, you know, for them to talk about increasing our taxes, they're talking about surpassing a budget that they have. Why can't they look at other measures of surpassing that budget? Not only getting revenue from that budget. Yeah? Why can't they just cut the taxes? The government can inject extra spending, especially now that we have a post-COVID economy, and also we have extra inflation from an economy that was there before. Why can't the government just, inject spending and then encourage businesses to spend more? That way you're getting more taxes from those businesses. I will go to a kiosk, even if I'm paid out from a salary. I'll go to a kiosk, buy bread and everything that they're trying to tax indirectly. And that also is a collection. But that's not our problem. They already get money. They do. Our problem is corruption. And how do we bring that giant down? Because me, I want to slice it. I have all the vigor to slice it. I have so much energy to slice that corruption down. Do you want to tell me we don't have anybody who can just cut that corruption down? Yeah? These guys are tired. They need to go home. We need fresh leaders. We need young people. We need people with thoughts. We need people with minds who can come in and show what they can do, and that's the people we vote in. But that's a long-term plan. How about our shorter plan? It is recalling these MPs. They need to go home. And in terms of, when I watched Sifuna, bring down Sakaja in terms of recruitment and skills, we cannot employ people who are not skilled. We have enough skills in our country. We can't keep recycling old people. Yeah? We have so many skills in diaspora. I'm in so many diaspora groups, and we have great minds here. Why do they let people who have great minds come and develop these countries? Why can't they pull those skills back home? Why is somebody just sitting and waiting? It's just a matter of, bringing the skills home. Just tell somebody, I'm giving it. All of us are here because we didn't have greener pastures where we are. But if they give us jobs there, don't you think that the young people that are here, and let me tell you something funny, these countries don't take people who are above 45 years. Why? Why? Because they want a young minds that can, develop the economies and continue pushing the economies. Why is Kenya allowing people to be deployed outside? They are busy talking about taking people outside. Yeah? Somebody can, stand on a podium and say, I'm finding jobs to get. That angers me. That makes me furious. You're allowing somebody, and that somebody is very selective. They can't just pick people who have not gone to school. They only pick people who are very educated, and only great minds get those permanent residency. Like in the country that I am, they won't just allow you to stay here. If you can't come to Australia if you've not gone to school. There is no way around it unless you're married to a white man. So why are they allowing all those great minds stick here? And people don't even like staying here for the information. People don't like staying here. This is not our home. Every day you wake up, every morning you wake up, you don't want to be here. Why can't they pull those skills back home? Yeah, why are we talking about very old people? And there's one important thing that we need to do. We always talk about something and miss a point. We need to talk about the voter. It's time we talk about the voters. It's a good conversation we talk about the voter. How do we empower people who vote? Because our problem, we also vote, from a point of, this one told me he's good. Done this before. We need to be logical and rational. We need to stand at a point where we can choose people from a rational point. Tell me what you can do, I will put you right there because of what you can do. We need to be rational in every aspect. And that's a long term too. In terms of a short term, it is recalling those people who are not skilled. And somebody said it here. Those MPs are embezzling our funds because they don't even understand a simple budget, a simple financial statement. You're there. I saw somebody front their cars. I also saw Oscar Sodi with a new Maybach. I did. Why is somebody even flaunting such a thing from people's tax money? Why would somebody be there flaunting from people's tax money? It is the lack of understanding, lack of comprehension. And I don't know whether he's a learner. I don't know. I don't want to be misquoted. But some of them are not even skilled enough. We have people there that, if you look at their education background, that's a problem. These countries, they vet people in. They vet them. You undergo scrutiny. Before you go to such a position, you are scrutinized. Why can't we do that? You're not saying that the unlearned people cannot do anything, and that's why committees are important, because now when you come to the ground where there are committees, it includes everyone. whether you are learned or not learned, you've gone to school or you've not gone to school, because public participation is an important dialogue for those committees to function. Then they need to pull down back to public participation, and that includes everybody in the table. But then don't give somebody who is not skilled or learned to ride that vehicle. He will ride you to as much as enough as he knows. But an expertise, we should not be here as a country. My heart is deep. My heart sinks. My heart is deep, but we cannot relent. I have been mobilizing people online. Yeah? I have been doing it, and I've been empowering, and I will not stop, because I know change starts with somebody. And I know when I saw this thing come up from the Gen Z, I was dancing. Because I know that people have been liberated. And one more thing, the Gen Zs, they are all activists. They all have advocated for us. They've been speaking for us all, even those that do not understand. They've been speaking for those that understand, and for those that do not understand. They are activists. They have made themselves activists. Anybody who's been on the Gen Z move, you are an activist. You don't even need anybody to tell you that you are an activist. And now that we have a country that has made so many activists, we need to change our country. We need to have a country. That statement that we don't have a country, we need to kill it. We need to have a country. Thank you so much, Andrew.
All right. Jamal, are you there?
Yes, can you hear?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. First of all, thank you for the platform, and also I would like to celebrate our fallen heroes. And they are not just heroes. These heroes had names. We have Benson Beatty, 29 years. Evans Kitaru, 21 years. Michael Kihuga, 28. Caroline Shiramba, 35. Rex Masai, 29. Eric Kayoni, 27. Austin Makoha, 17. And Ibrahim Kamau, 19. These are not just statistics. These people paid a price so that we get a better Kenya for us and for everyone here. I think so much has been said, and to contribute on that, we have 3 stages that we have to work for us to succeed. The beginning was for us to come together. That we have already done. Gen Zs have managed to bring Kenya together, regardless of tribes, religion, and everything. We are now together. Can we stay together? Is it possible for us to stay together and stick together? Because that is a very crucial thing. For us to walk this walk until the end, we have to stay together. The other thing is, for us to be successful in whatever we are doing, then we have to work together. We have to collaborate. Let not anyone divide and rule us, because that is a tactic that is going to be used. I know right now there's a lot of fear being peddled so that it scares us to give up. But I know it is a price. Even before, during the slavery period, people paid a price. Before our independence, someone died, people paid prices. We will be kidnapped, we will be abducted, so many things will happen to us, but that shouldn't stop us, because we are fighting for a cause. So I don't want to say much, because I'll just like to probably highlight a few, 2 or 3 things that were previously said. There's this issue that politicians are peddling about the CDF, that if we don't pass this bill, then I've seen it even, I think it's Oscar Sudi, who is using it in saying that he won't take development to his people because they failed him, they participated in the maandamano and all that. The problem with these politicians, they want to cripple us and cripple our minds. We don't need CDF, because the CDF cripples our minds. We don't think we're waiting handouts from these politicians, the money that we give them, the money that they're taking from our taxes. What we need factories, we need industries, we need a conducive environment for our businesses to thrive. That is what we need. So they shouldn't lie to us. So it is very important for us to wake up. The other thing that I also want to respond to is the issue of leadership of the Gen Z and this movement. We don't need leadership. The most important leadership that we need is to empower people with knowledge, because today you never know. I might be here speaking, then tomorrow I'm abducted, either given some money or even probably threatened. Then I Kevin, who will pick after me? So we need this to be headless. They shouldn't be having any head to chop for us to succeed. So that is very important, and we should keep on pushing and pushing and pushing. And the last thing, so that we give other people to an opportunity to speak. It was about this government. We have an opportunity. We have already the train has already left the station. If we stop now, it will take a lot of effort to bring these people again, to bring these people together again, and convince them that we have to fight another battle. So many people will be intimidated. So many people will lose hope. So let's keep fighting. Now that we've already started this, let's not stop it. Let's keep continuing. And if we have to remove the president, let's do that. If we have to change this government, let's do that. I like what Andrew you are saying, that we shouldn't think from a point of fear. Just imagine, just the same way you start a business, you can't think of starting a business, but all you're thinking is, what if it fails? We didn't know that a finance bill we could push for a finance bill to be dropped, but that happened. So there's a lot of possibilities. Whatever we are doing is something that no one else has done. Yesterday I was in another platform, in another space, that Tanzanians are actually working on how they can actually replicate what we were doing, what we were doing, and so we are inspiring people. They want to copy what we are doing. So let's keep doing what we are doing. We shouldn't be coward, and we shouldn't think from mtu asituuzie uoga. Mtu asituuzie uoga. If we have to die, we will die either way. We already died slowly. So let's just fight for what we believe and fight for our country. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamal. Alenga, you there? It's Alenga Torostat.
Yes, Andrew, thanks for the opportunity to speak on this space. A few things just to bring to fore. One of them is that I truly appreciate the efforts that our young people made in the last few days in order to see to it that the punitive finance bill was is going through a moment that might see it being withdrawn, though there are still technicalities of the law and the journey of a bill that are not very clear. But we hope for once this government will speak truth. However, I would like to highlight that this is just a symptom, but the real disease that ails this country is a tyrannical regime that is trying to build and equip itself in terms of how they can rule the Kenyan people with an iron fist, and perhaps for a very long period of time. So I just want us to wake up to that reality that what is happening right now is just a precursor of what is awaiting. You can stop a minute or a second to ask yourself, if the president viciously defends a finance bill like this, so what happens in 2027 if we vote him out because he's already unpopular? How is he going to protect staying in power if this is just the force that he takes out in order to protect a bill, a simple bill? So it is a time that we need to wake up and realize that there are bad times coming for this country. Another thing I have observed in the last few days is the arrogance of the parliamentarians, especially those who come from the ruling party, and that assumption that they're in power to stay is something that really needs to be tamed. When the president was speaking, he was flanked by MPs, the same people that had brought us to where we were, that had led to the loss of lives, that had stupidly passed a bill that they could have spoken even before Kenyans lost their lives. The same MPs who held a bill higher in regard, higher than the sanctity of human life, were there clapping at him and laughing and giggling like stupid kids. And you ask yourself, where are we headed as a country? Then a journalist asked these people, if you're taking the austerity measures, can you speak about what happens to development? And they laughed off arrogantly and say, maendeleo gani, si mmekata finance bill. It's like somebody telling you it is us determining whether this country progresses or it doesn't progress. And we cannot reach a place where we give a lot of power to the parliament in that manner in terms of suggesting what and what not to be done to this country. I mean, these are just a number of people that have been elected because people wanted them to represent them in the parliament. But then how would they assume all this power? So that needs to be brought to an end. The third thing that I have observed is the court ruling of yesterday regarding the deployment of KDF in terms of quelling the protests. It is a very, very sad situation that the Justice Mugambi ruled in the favor of deploying KDF. Essentially what that ruling put into our judicial precedents is that the judge lowered the threshold of conflict that requires deployment of military. Even in the international law, in which I am a scholar in, there are clear principles, and there's the doctrine of proportion that determines whether a military intervention can be okayed or not. For a military intervention to be okayed, you have to weigh the proportion of the demand. Like, you cannot deploy a military that is coming with sophisticated weapons and all the military hardware to combat 19-year-olds, 17-year-olds, 20-year-olds who are carrying placards. That is totally insane. But because the court has already ruled on this, and this is the first ever case that has been presented to a Kenyan court in regards to whether a military intervention should be done or not. So it forms a very strong judicial precedent that I am afraid in the coming days, many tyrants that will rule this country are going to rely on that ruling to justify wanton, wanton deployment of the military upon its own people. But again, there's a glimmer of hope, because while they deployed the military, I was observing and I saw on the streets Kenyan people were chanting with the military and singing songs for them and moving with them. That should have sent a message to the president that the people of Kenya have a good relationship with their military, they have a lot of respect for their military, and they consider them a disciplined force way above many other militaries of African countries. So that really shows that there's a good working relationship. And if there comes a time and the military is called upon to choose between standing with the state and standing with the sovereignty, then it is very clear that the military would choose the latter. The military would choose to stand with the people. But again, something has to happen for us to have a change that we want. Many people are talking about recalling MPs. Many people are talking about voting them all out in 2027. But I want to tell you, because I have been in the electoral process since 2013, actively getting involved in observation of the electoral process and all that. I'll tell you, it is very difficult in this country to achieve change through the ballot, because the ballot is programmed and wired to give you the same results after every 5 years. It is programmed to give birth to the same idiots. It is programmed to give birth to the same hooligans who have the power of the money bags. And once they give out their money, they change their opinion in the communities, and these people get re-elected. Tell me, how will someone who does not have money that matches Oscar Sudi's money and sit Oscar Sudi in Kapseret in 2027? We'll be joking. This man now holds, the president now holds the power to, the power to violence in this country, because he's the commander in chief of the armed forces. Simply taking him away through the ballot is a very difficult operation, because he will, I mean, you have all seen how he got into power. Then you can imagine when he's sitting there as the head of state, how do you easily get him out of that seat? I am not saying this to say that he cannot be removed, but I am just saying 2027 is too far away. We can actually deal with this problem before 2027. If this is the second finance bill of this administration and it has been this difficult, it has caused the loss of lives, it has caused destabilization of incomes and households, how bad are the three remaining financial bills going to be until 2027? So we have a moment of history to change this narrative. And we are where we are because the political leaders have realized in this country that there is no consequence for bad governance, there is no consequence for being mediocre in leadership, there is no consequence for disregarding the will of the people. No one has ever been punished by the citizens for disregarding their will. If you reach a place where MPs openly say, you voted me, yes, but my boss is William Ruto, I mean, we have degenerated, and we must save our souls at that point. We have people living in abject poverty. We have the basics of human supplies missing. We have no medicines in hospitals. We have no teachers in schools. Paying teachers. We're not employing teachers. We're not hiring doctors. But every day you see our leaders are flaunting profligate consumerism. Somebody's wearing a watch worth 6.5 million when in his own constituency, children are dying because there's no immunization. There's no vaccines for immunization in the health centers. People are dying because in their referral hospitals because there is no medication. We must put a stop to this. And I am thinking legally, though I am still researching on this concept and trying to find the jurisprudence, the jurisprudence around it, how Article 1 of the Constitution can be implemented, and that then can save us from having to suffer in this painful marriage until 2027 when we plan to divorce our bad spouse. I think I am thinking about if signatures are collected in 50 plus 1, 50 plus 1 of the total registered voters in about 25 of the counties, but at this moment we can actually get signatures in all the counties because everyone is tired of this regime. And then once those signatures are gotten and a memorandum is built around them, or a petition is built around those signatures, and the signatures are annexures that breathe life to that petition, then that petition is presented to the Supreme Court in regard of the people saying that they do not want the leadership that they have, and the people are calling for the Supreme Court of Kenya to sit and declare that the Kenyan people go into a snap election. I think doing a lot of research around, and I think that can actually work because Article 1 says that all sovereignty belongs to the people, and the people can exercise this directly or by donating it to elected representatives. So if we get these signatures from the whole country and demonstrate in our millions, like let's say we get around 10 million signatures of people that are saying that they do not want this regime, and they're appealing the court they're praying to the court to wind up the government and call for a snap election. I think that can perfectly work so that we don't have to wait until 2027. It is too far. Lastly, I would like to just remind us that as a country, every time we are presented with an opportunity to shape this country, we have always reneged on that responsibility because we value the small things that we have. We value the small job that you're having. You value the small shop that you have on Ronald Dala. You value the important school that your child is studying in. And then we procrastinate around that. And then at the end of the day, we throw away the opportunity. In 1982, judge it the way you would like to judge it, but I think it was a perfect moment for this country to reset itself when the military wanted to take over. But some people in the military thought, no, it was not ethical, and they came and fought for the government of Daniel Moi and restored it in power. What followed was years of pain and agony because this man was always trying to prove a point. And that is where William Ruto is today. We have tried to destabilize him, and now going forward, if we do not intensify on this and actually get this regime out of power through the constitutional mechanisms of Article 1, this guy is going to rain on us harder than ever before. And that has been proved across history. When tyrants are, when people try to unseat a tyrant and he survives to retain power, what follows is an era of pain and agony for the people forever trying to unseat them. And so we lost that moment in 1982. Then another moment presented itself in 1991. And what did Moi do? He said, well, just to bring down the emotions and all that, he said, well, I have accepted to repeal Section 2A of the Constitution, and everybody can now form a political party and participate in the election. And people were like, yes, the president has become good. He has lowered his anger down. Ameshuka. He has accepted that we can have political parties. We were there. We had the political parties, but did we get justice? Did we get a clear governance? Nothing like that happened. The political parties were there and they were managed by KANU, and KANU decided how the elections happened. In 1997, we had a moment where Musalia Mudavadi, as the Minister for Finance, tried to read the finance bill for that year, and the hell broke loose in the parliament that time when Orengo wanted to run away with the mess. And actually, they shouted and said, no reforms, no budget. So no budget was read. But then Moi retreated and said, well, let me throw something small to them. And he said, let us form the IPPG. When the IPPG was formed, sure enough, it delayed the journey to the new constitution. From 1997, we came to obtain the new constitution in 2010. So there was a moment of that we deferred the dream of the new constitution because we accepted a freebie from the dictator. And then in 2007, we have an election that is rigged, blatantly rigged, that even the international community could see that, the children in this country could see that, everybody could see that. And then we put up resistance to try and, get the legitimate president in power. And at some point, the opposition backs down and accepts to become prime minister, to be given the prime minister position. And that is how we lost a moment to rechange the country. And after that election, everybody realized in the political class, you can actually steal an election, you can sit back, you can be tough, and nobody will unseat you. You will sit in that seat and finish your 5 stolen years. So we set a wrong precedent at that point, and we lost a moment to reclaim the country. I am just imagining if we'd have held for another 1 week, Kibaki was definitely going to back down, and the true leader of that the true winner of that election would have been given the win. We move forward, and we are in the year 2017. For the first time, an election is nullified by the Supreme Court of Kenya. A very golden moment where the opposition would have mobilized better, gone back to the voters and told them, even those of you who did not vote for me, now this is a moment for us to change country. The judiciary has been gracious, and we have gotten another chance to show the one who stole the election that this is not how it happens. But what did the opposition do? They took some money, they told their supporters, we are not going to participate in that election. But we all know they had been paid off. And then that moment collapsed like that. The glorious moment that Maraga had given to this country went in vain. And now, in the year 2024, we have a moment to unseat a budding tyrant, and then somebody wakes up and then he says, okay, he calls you criminals the first day, and then after that, and he says he'll deal with you mercilessly for what you tried to do. And then the next day he says, I have changed my mind. I'm thinking I'll recall the bill. And then everybody says, it's okay. Now the president has had, the president is a listening man. We are losing moments that God is giving into our hands to shape this country. What I am thinking is, and this is my view, because I have stated the problem statement for quite a long time, but this is my view. Let us all engage, even the lawyers in this group who are listening now, the policy people, the governance people. Let us engage deeply and try to analyze how did the authors of the Constitution anticipate us to be able to implement Article 1 of the Constitution. Because if this was put in the Constitution, then therefore it means this act of the article of the Constitution can be breathed life into by the judicial system. And that is why I was earlier suggesting that we could focus on how we get towards the judiciary to get this government out of power. Because if it was not legal, it wouldn't have been put in the constitution. And therefore, because it sits in the constitution as the first article, then we must engage our minds deeply to see how is this article supposed to be implemented. And once we get that, then perhaps we could get an easier way of getting this government out of power until and before it wrecks the whole country. Thank you, Kibe, and that's my submission.
That was a wonderful submission, bro. You have so much knowledge. You know so much. That's why I didn't even care how long you were going. Wonderful submission, Alenka. Okay, Santino, you want to say something before I close?
Yes. I first wanted to say, congratulate everyone who participated in such a legendary thing. I think though, I was even looking earlier, how somebody came into the space and was thinking that's a Trump election, but they didn't know we were talking about Kenya. I think this space is really important. It's creating awareness, in the greatest way, and also it's more important things to think about. First, I want to give condolences to everyone who was lost, but I think important bill people can think about for future is a bill for rubber bullets, and also in the bill would be something where these trigger-happy police are not allowed to shoot protesters, because I think that the whole thing is ridiculous, I think. And as far as calling for elections, I think it's unlikely to happen, but I think a lot of people are very outraged. Unlikely the president to call for it, but I think a lot of people are very outraged, so the possibility is getting closer and closer. And I've also been really, thinking about the space in the sense, like, I remember somebody came in the space I think it was yesterday, and said, why is this space being recorded, like, about our privacy? And I think the best time, we're actually in the best time to protest, because look at all this technology where we can, even if the person's a dictator, we can still be heard. And I'd like to also talk about the question that was asked yesterday, and someone addressed it, but I also want to push further on that, emphasize. I think the fact there is no leader to the protest is actually genius, I think. It's genius because in most cases when there's a leader, they look at the leader as the head of the snake, and they feel like they just put the leader in a crosshair. So I think the fact there's no leader, or the leader is probably leading from behind the scenes, I think that's the best way to go. So the way, the best way to go is the fact that there is no leader in the front lines. I think that's what I'm thinking about. But what I just want to say really quickly, because I know you're coming to the end. I think when people are so united like they are now, what the government usually does, especially in the African countries, they'll throw the grenade of tribalism. I think they're going to bring out, your tribe is ruling, you guys need to come and support. They're like the goalkeeper screaming, everybody, we're under attack, come back, come back. I think when anybody hears any tribalism, they should know that it's the government's defense mechanism. So I think they should remain at the course, remain united, and remember what they're doing. And also, I do also like the fact that a lot of people said, we're not going anywhere. We're staying here. We're not going to America. We're not going to Europe, because I think that thing has been a recurring thing throughout history. Because I was actually looking at it, even through the several years that all these countries like America and everything, they're just people who, mostly refugees, people ran away from the country. So many of them have benefited from the best, are most educated. And the fact we have so many lawyers, so many journalists, so many people in tech, all of them, when they leave the country really loses. And why do we have to keep sending a black check when we can just be in the country, and then we can actually watch what happens? I did notice a lot of people, when they send a black check, the money just goes to waste. They do some really, I don't know, stupid stuff with it. But that's another topic. Anyway, thank you, Kibe, for hosting a space, uniting all these people, and having a great conversation. I actually learned a lot. I didn't expect to see that. I learned a lot about people who are on the ground, people who were in the movement, and people's different opinions. And I like that nobody was in their feelings. Everyone spoke respectfully and remained important to the topic. Anyway, that's what I want to say. Back to you, man.
Thank you, Santino. I appreciate that. Felix and Brave Girl, who wants to go first? Felix or Brave Girl, who wants to go first? These are the last two. Okay, let me add Bashira here. Bashira always has good vibes. Right, Bashira, these people are not speaking, so jump in here and close this show for us. God damn it. Bashira.
Kibe.
Hebu maliza hii show.
Nimeshukuru, nimejoin late kidogo na nimeappreciate Kenya kila mtu amecontribute and I go straight to the point. Unajua ubeniekea timer. Kuna msanii anaitwa Alenga ameongea, amesema get them out. There's no other way. Lazima how do I say this? An apology from a liar is another lie. Sindio? Nikikuibia thao, alafu if I steal 1,000 from you, and then I come back and tell you, oh, sorry, you know, these things happen, I've changed my ways. That is the first lie. Because I have a history of stealing from people. I just want to put you in the circus spot. So basically, these people have to get out. There's no other way. I'm not exact. I think yesterday probably the win was the interaction between the KDF and the population, because there is this feeling that's going through the population right now that the KDF are on our side or on the people's side. Maybe that's not true, but there's a general feeling about it. Now there's no the fear is not there. People look at KDF as part of us. The people who are in a problem right now are the police. Watu waelewi mbona police hawaja change. There's this guy called Patrick Osoi. He was contributing. His name is Patrick Osoi. I'm looking at his website right now. He's a politician, and he mentioned that he has worked with the police and he's worked in the police force, I think intelligence, and he's worked in the army or something. He brushed through it so fast, so I didn't get everything. But he was saying that yesterday he was going to talk to police officers and mentioned to them that you guys were told you are going to get a price hike in 2012. And the reason why you didn't get the price hike, it's unofficial, but everybody knows, is that the MPs, the representatives of the people, said that mkiongezewa pesa mtapata kiburi. Mkiongezewa pesa mtapata kiburi. So we really need to find these uniformed people on our side. Secondly, he also mentioned something about the invasion of State House, and he was talking about speed. He said if it's going to be a march, itakuwa tricky sana, because what's going to be required is machinery, and machinery in the sense of buses to carry people, watu wengi ndio kwenda speed ya kufika huko haraka haraka. So nilikuwa najiuliza, during the protest, anybody who was there during the protest on Tuesday, hats off to the people who own the restaurants in the CBD. Watu walituokoa sana. Every time tulikuwa tunachapwa tear gas, tulikuwa tunarushiwa maji na watu wa restaurants. Watch yote kwa shop yote, any watchman in any shop was coming up and taking empty bottles and filling them with water and bringing them back to us. But the restaurants played a big role. I don't remember a single restaurant that I support this thing. Paka watu wa, even people in what's it called, City Market, Kenya, what they had was roses. They distributed roses to people when we went through Jivanji, and we got to City Market and we were heading towards N&F because makarao pale Stanley walikuwa wametulemea asubuhi kidogo, so we had to go round. So people are on board. So nilikuwa najiuliza, like, how do we get the matatu people on board as well? How do we get the matatu people as well? Because the apology from a liar is another lie. He wants to slow down this thing. Everybody now is aware. The moment he said that he's withdrawing this thing, lawyers came online, including Jenga Wanjiru, who came online and told there's no such thing in the law saying that the president can withdraw this thing. Is either you say yes or no. So anasema ana withdraw. Hiyo nikaa kusema acha ningoje 14 days ikipita si inapenya. 14 days ikipita inapenya. Then there's this guy called Santino. I think K Santino sounds American. I don't know if he's Kenyan or American or Kenyan American. He was saying that they switched to tribalism when things go bad. Yeah, that's true. That's the old way of doing things. That's the old way of doing things. They always switch to tribalism to deflect. Even when somebody is caught stealing money, they say that muna attack tribe yetu, you are attacking our tribe, you are attacking our people. Yet it's just one person. Kama mwizi ako na jina, mimi naitwa Ashira, nikipata mwizi anaitwa Ashira nampiga teke bado. Kwani iko nini? Si ameniibia. So I think they have already started it. There's some videos circulating online about the war chants in Eldoret, and there are some people who are carrying around machetes and sticks to deal with the protesters. So it's a last kicks of a dying horse. But if we stall now and start, because the times I've listened, I've been in and out of this space. The times I've listened, there are people who are calling out, they're stating things from the Constitution. They're stating things in the law. How are you going to state things from the law with people who are not following the law? That's why people went to the streets, because the law wasn't working. The judiciary is practically failing. We are getting more information, better information from the president of the LSK, rather than from our chief justice. What the fuck is she doing? What is Koome doing? What is the AG doing? Mbona advise president kufanya hizi vitu? Mbona president anaenda kwa KDF kwanza without following the necessary procedure? What is the job of the AG? The AG si ndo lawyer wa president. Yeye anafaa kumadvise on legal matters venye procedures zinafaa kufuata. Lakini hafanyi kazi yake. Paka naanza kususpect history ya nini ya the AG son being kidnapped as just another distraction. It's just bullshit. They're going to switch to tribalism, and maze, we have to find a way to not follow the rules. We're not going to follow the rules. Gen Z wametuonyesha they are leaderless. Okay, everybody expects a leader. Wametoa hiyo mambo. Wamekata kunegotiate, wametoa hiyo mambo. Wamekata kufuata sheria, wametoa hiyo mambo. Why are you negotiating with a person who is a criminal? And then this person comes on television and tells you that you are the criminal. Na yeye mwenyewe ndo afuatangi sheria yote whatsoever. So looking into the future, something Kibe had mentioned sometimes in his podcast before atakiwe na Google na hiyo mambo yote. Kibe, kuna time ulikuwa umemention something about football. And there's a very big problem in Kenya with football because of nini. Unaona tribalism is Paul Mwite in 2013 said that there's nothing wrong with tribalism. He said that the thing that is wrong with tribalism is negative ethnicity. The negative parts of tribalism, wanting the worst for the other person because they come from another tribe. Yet when it comes to nasemanga ni kuma na pesa, when it comes to sex and money, those things exchange from tribe to tribe. Now, if the tribes are going to stay there and we have our counties, we need to set up like a football system to deflate, to take away the power from politics. The only place we are competing in tribalism is in politics. We need to compete somewhere else. There's a reason why Gor Mahia and AFC are the largest clubs in Kenya. It's because they belong to someone. It means something to someone. You're not going to go to a stadium to support a club called Tusker. Even these days, people don't drink Tusker. People drink White Cup. So club inaitwa White Cup ikitokea utaanza kwenda kusupport your club. No. If you're a Kikuyu, probably you support Mount Kenya FC. Kwa Meru uko na hiyo yenyu huku hivyo. Uko na hii, uko na hii. So let's compete on something that is profitable for people. Because in football, it's profitable for a lot of people. The person who's selling eggs outside the stadium when there's a title match between the Kikuyus and the Luos on the day of the final or something, that person is also making money. The person who's doing the transport is making money. The person who's playing is making money. The ref is making money. The man who's cutting the tickets is making money. Everybody is making money in some way because of the industry of football. Like in politics, only one person is making money, the person at the top of the pyramid. We need to completely destroy that entire system. Toe kabisa. And I fear as a parting shot, I really fear the events of yesterday were a sign of us going down and becoming docile. Kumbuka, a lot of people didn't believe that the Gen Z's protest will get to this level. Even on that day, even on Tuesday, ilibidi tufike kwa hiyo kona ya the corner of hapo kwa what's it called, hapo Telcom, hapo Holy Family. When we got to that corner, because tulianzia, we started at Stanley, there was the stalemate, but we went round and there was a stalemate at City Hall for like 2 or 3 hours. Once we got past that, I tell you, I kid you not, when we got to that corner and people saw Parliament and people saw it and people realized we had gotten further than Raila had ever gotten before. Watu walikuwa nakula tear gas for breakfast. They did not care. And there was a sniper hapo kwa hiyo building ilikuwa opposite the gate of Holy Family Basilica. So kwa hiyo chaos, we don't know if we put people down there, but once we got to the roundabout of Intercon, people were not backing down. We are like 100 meters away. We can get there. That is the idea. It needs to be consistent. We can't stop now. And I fear that yesterday was the first part of, like, it's almost like we lost a part of the battle. But let us not lose the war. Thank you.
Stephen.
Yo, Kibe, thanks a lot for this space, Maze. And first of all, let me congratulate you for actually being in the streets as you promised on that Tuesday. I remember we went on your Instagram live in that morning and I was like, let's go match it up. So my condolences will go out to everybody who lost, their loved ones, and heartfelt sympathies to the parents who are mourning. But as a nation, still, there is a lot that we need to come up with. So I'm thinking, first and foremost, every single individual who voted this government in actually has to give us an apology. Because number one, our say ndio wametuweka kwa hii shida, And that aside, we are supposed to be healing and preaching peace. As a disgruntled lot, we have a lot to talk about. And I had people also saying about the mess that was stolen in parliament that ilikuwa fake. So, had these people anticipated that there was going to be rampage on that time in parliament so that they gave us a fake mess? What does that mean? If the mess is not in parliament, then the leadership of parliament and the leadership of the government is literally out of this space. So to some extent, the Gen Zs and the millennials, and every other person supporting this movement is supposed to be walking head high, because they literally have won. We've literally have won this, and we have to keep on pushing so that at least these voices do not go, away, in the trenches or just in the drains. And looking at the wage bill that has been the bone of contention, people are talking about wage bills and saying, there is a lot of expenditure. We don't have enough to pay our teachers, our doctors. And then, on the sides and the wraps, they decide to amend and make the CAS's positions valid, and they're supposed to be sworn in to draw salaries from a wage bill that is already bloated. How are we paying our teachers? How are we paying our doctors when a CAS is actually carrying home like over 1 million shillings? This is in salaries, this is in house allowance, commuter, and of course not forgetting that the secretaries who are running the office and the house helps, all that bullshit. So I'm like, why do we have all these people just doing things, yet we are looking at them and we come to the notion that this government is okay, let's just do it because we can't defeat a government of the day. I think they've already seen it and they've just gotten very uncomfortable. Zakayo is now walking around face down. Ile kiburi alikuwa anapiga nayo ma speeches hapa na pale in churches, in rallies is gone. And these are the rogue MPs, people who are literally saying that Gen Zs are demonstrating, going to KFC with iPhones and Ubers, dropping them at the demonstrations. It's just bullshit. So we just can't have a country that has counties that are 47, every governor pocketing close to 5-6 billion shillings. I saw somebody saying, if you want to know how big is a billion shilling, you have to spend 55,000 shillings every day for 300 and
Did we lose you? Mombi? So, Stephen, are you there?
Yes, I'm still here, Kibe. I can hear you.
So you said for you to 55,000 for?
Yeah, like the 50.
Yes, hi Kibe. And hi everyone.
Hold up, Mombi. I'll come back.
This question.
Mombi.
Okay.
Yeah, just pause. Let's finish with Stephen.
Yeah, so
Stephen, go ahead.
I was saying like the 55,000 shillings you have to spend on a daily basis for 365 days, that simply makes, a billion shillings. Now imagine every governor in 47 counties receiving close to 5 billion to oversee development in the counties, yet you will find that this governor has bought all MCAs with this money, and we literally having a bloated wage bill in terms of governors who have their deputies. You wonder, what is the work of a deputy? We only hear, a deputy is fighting his governor, or a governor is fighting his deputy. A perfect example is Siaya, Orengo fighting his deputy, and then they come up with stories, the deputy is purchasing seats worth $1 million. I mean, what level of sitting do you want to sit on a chair that is over $1 million shillings? I mean, we can only leave that for people to find out and stuff. Also, what is the work of the senators? What are they doing? We have 47 governors. We have 47 deputy governors. We have 47 senators. In that county, you'll find that maybe we have close to 10 constituencies. These 10 constituencies, we have 10 MPs. Then we come down to the 10 constituencies, we have close to, 10 wards making up one constituency. We have 10 MCAs. Where is the wage bill coming from? Is it from the public or is it from the ruling class? So women reps, what is their work? What are they doing? Why are we blaming ourselves for having a bloated country that can't foot its wage bill, yet the constitution is the problem? The guy who is purporting to use this constitution to govern us in the first place actually did not even support this constitution. He's been riding on it, and I'm sure some of the speakers have said about it. He's riding on this constitution. Nothing he's put across is literally supportive of the constitution that at first, he opposed. So I'm just asking, who is his spin masters? Who is, is he a puppet of some higher force that we don't even know about? So there are a lot of questions that when we are talking about amending and correcting the ills that this country is into, we are totally calling for an overhaul, a straight up overhaul that is literally, even if it means going for a referendum or reconstituting the constitution. The president again said, let us amend first and then we pass it. But after he got into power, at first as deputy president, that story didn't work. This constitution that he opposed actually has really saved him a lot, and he's riding on it. It's like you just pushing food throats that you don't even, you didn't even
Mumbi.
Yeah. So I
What's
keep
up?
on looking the
Steven,
domestic. Yes.
you were lost like for a minute, bro.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe it's my network, but now you can hear me.
Yeah, so just close it up, bro.
Yeah, let me close it by saying the domestic travel has to be put in check. That is people traveling aimlessly. You know, the guy comes in, changes, and goes out. Yoyote is our money that is being spent. Remember, he has an entourage. And then the Inspector General of Police, we have to rein on that guy. How is he allowing people to be killed on the streets like that? You know, the cop killers who are actually running around shooting innocent journalists and other protesters. You know, I'm just the loans and the projects. He's receiving a lot of money. What project have we seen with the amounts that he's receiving and he still wants to press us? You know, the civic education, bro, we have to educate our people. Where you're walking in the street, in the slums, in the village, are you educating that old mamamboga or that boda boda guy? Are you asking him like, do you know what article, what says in this and that? We have to come clean. We have to boycott all their rallies, bro. We have to boycott all their businesses. You know, we have to, there is a lot we can do. And a monument, bro. I was thinking a monument has to be put in place for the fallen victims of these few days demonstrations. Because these are the guys who've made history in the country, that the parliament has been breached, something that has never happened before in the history of this country. Those are our heroes and they deserve a monument in memory of their heroic actions, bro. I think I'll close with that and keep up the good thing, Kibe. I got you, man. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Stephen. Wonderful submission as well. Hey, wanaume round hii watu wako na akili.
Of course, it has to be, bro. You know, it has to. But thanks again. Thanks a lot for the listeners too.
No problem. Let's go to Laura. Laura, are you there? Laura Okan. You know how to play this game, Laura Okan. You press the unmute button. And then you start speaking. Okay, Empress.
Hello, good morning or good evening.
What's up?
Hi. Sorry, it keeps like phasing in and out. So if you can't hear me, I'll just
No, we can
listen.
hear you. You just give your submission. We can hear everything you're saying.
Okay, so I think because now I live in the States too, and it's hard to see what's happening back home, and it's like the pressing of like wanting to come back, and even though we come back, there's nothing you can do, but it's just letting everybody know that everyone who's not living, people who are living in the diaspora actually see what's going on. And this is the first time Kenya has spoken, and it's very, I feel like the president is very scared to be able to speak because he doesn't know what to do, because it's not tribalism, it's not about and this ethnicity, it's not about anything else, it's about where we're all coming together as one. And I think that's where he doesn't know what to do, because it's never been seen before. The only time it happened, it was when we're looking for independence. And I feel like I have, like, sometimes I have no words, just because Parliament needs to come back, even though they're also scared. I don't know why they're not having their sit down. And even though I've gone through articles and I've gone through what it means when the president didn't pass, what he said when he rejects it, he has no say, actually. And I just want to know, like, back home, how can people in the diaspora help in creating awareness for this?
Nelson, do you have an answer for her? Before I give my wisdom. Nelson, are you there? Nelson Amenya.
I think he dropped out.
Okay, so you guys, do you believe what's happening at home?
Oh, yes, we do, because number one, we're trying to steer people away from, like, watching BBC, CNN, or, like, international news, but watch actual, like, KTN, Citizen, and watching what's happening, and also being on social media. to create awareness of what's actually happening instead of listening to propaganda or anything else.
Yeah, that's very nice because now these platforms are they are unfiltered. Unless they kill the possibility of going live or uploading, which you saw the other day, conveniently X was down. That was cool. Conveniently, X was
Even
down.
WhatsApp, for some point, especially during Tuesday's protests, we couldn't call home. Like after the protest, everyone was leaving town. It was so hard to connect with people back home, just to check on people. That's how bad it was. They were killing connections. Safaricom wasn't working. It was just devastating to be able to.
Kwanza, that Safaricom move, if it is true that they actually did what they did, then Safaricom is an enemy, because all they have to do is go on the side of the government and they can take us out without one thing. If it is indeed true, then Safaricom is an enemy. Oh, yeah, thank you, Empress. Nelson Amenya, are you there?
Yes, I'm there, Mr. Andrew Kibe. How are you?
I'm easy. Go ahead, man.
Okay, so I just, the title of this X space is very powerful. Should the president call for fresh elections? And my answer is yes. And I want to read the Kenyan constitution on why the parliament should be dissolved as soon as possible. So I'll start. And this is the role of parliament. And you will see that this parliament has tragically failed the people of Kenya, and they have failed to discharge their mandate as in the constitution. So the constitution says that the legislative authority of the republic is derived from the people, and at the national level is vested in and exercised by parliament. Parliament manifests the diversity of the nation, represents the will of the people, and exercises their sovereignty, which they have failed to do. Number 3, Parliament may consider and pass amendments to this constitution and alter county boundaries as provided for in this constitution. Number 4, Parliament shall protect this constitution and promote the democratic governance of the republic. They are not promoting any democratic governance. No person or body under the parliament has the power to make provision having the force of law in Kenya except under authority conferred by this constitution or by legislation. So if you look at the role of parliament and in the constitution and what they're doing at the moment, it's actually contrary to our constitution. They're not listening to the people, they're not representing the people. We have seen on record MPs say that their master is William Ruto, that they only listen to their party leader, and others have said that it's UDA that elected them, not the people. So basically, they're telling us that they have put aside the constitution, that they're now being governed by I don't know what, and this is the reason why they need to go, and they must go. This government is, it has turned to be something else. They told us freedom is coming, but sadly, it has not come. And we need to elect people who will represent the Kenyan people and who will have our will at heart, not the will of those in power, like the president. So yeah, this is my submission, and this is the reason why we have to either recall the MPs or to just dissolve parliament and do fresh elections. Back to you, Andrew.
Thank you, Nelson. Quite a lot you said there.
Yes.
Yeah, I just don't want us to put new wine into old wineskin.
That's very true, because it will burst the wineskin.
Yes.
Yes. And actually, this is a very valid point, Andrew Kibe. This means that we cannot just elect new people and take them to the same system, because they will be corrupted with the system, which is the old wineskin. And what needs to happen is the systems need to change. The systems need to become independent. The judiciary, parliament, the system itself, the system needs to change, because we can change. There is so many examples of young people who've been elected, but they didn't change shit. They didn't change nothing. They went and became just like the rest of them. A classic example is KJ, the person he used to mimic. He became that person. It's so sad. Governor Sakaja, we thought, oh, this guy is going to change everything in Nairobi. He became even worse than Sonko. I could not believe when I walked in town a few weeks ago, ilikuwa inakaa shamba. Hata unashanga guy, Sonko was doing a better job. Hata kama ilikuwa mapiar mingi, alikuwa anatengeneza pavements hapo. Hata akina Badi walikuwa wanaiba, lakini wanatengeneza hapo mapavements nini, wanaweka kabro. Sakaja ameachilia Nairobi city center inakaa venye Gikomba inakaanga, na hapo ni city center. So this is exactly what you're saying, Kibe. We cannot just take new wine and put it in old wine skins. It will burst na haita hold. We have seen it. So in 2027, or however we're going to do it, we really need to have a sober conversation on our institutions. And it's the deliberate move by the West and by their cronies in Africa to continue to make the institutions weak so that they can continue to exploit our natural resources. And for those people who don't have natural resources like Kenya, they're exploiting our people who are intellectual. You will see how Ruto is every day trying to export labor from Kenya. Every day he's pushing, oh, we want to send I don't know how many people. Juzi ameconfess that he has sent over 500 of his village mates to Qatar. I don't know to go and do what, but that village sijui kama hiyo village sijui kama itawahi toka the state it is in. Otherwise, if he really wanted to help his village, he would have built something like a factory. He would have built for them good schools. He would have built for them good hospitals. Si ati kutuma watu waende wakue I don't know what in Qatar or in Saudi. This is a plot by the West. And Andrew Kibe, I don't know if you will talk about this, but the issue of climate change and land and carbon credits, and also ile bill yenye walitoa yenye ilikuwa inataka kufanya freehold land ikuwe taxable. Essentially what they want to do, they want to own most of the land, wafanye nayo carbon projects. There is one very big project huko Masai Mara with some Swiss bank. So there is some Swiss bank that is sponsoring a very big carbon project in Masai Mara and the conservancies that are around Masai Mara. And maybe this is the reason why they said they will not allow a lot of people to go inside the park with their own cars, because wanasema they want to conserve the Mara. They want to make Mara, carbon projects. You can go and read about how the carbon market works, how carbon projects work. I was speaking to a friend of mine who was telling me there is one carbon project in the NRT, the Northern Rangelands Trust, iko huko Northeastern, so imeshikanisha Lewa, hizo conservancy zote za Northern Kenya, plus the community conservancies zenye ziko huko side za Isiolo, side za Samburu. They did, today, it's the biggest soil carbon project in the world, and it's a scam. And guess what? Every year they're being paid $6 million, and it's a big scam, because all those the people who are running it, they're all British. It's those guys from pre-colonial era. Only wanna run your project, and now they have taken that same concept to Masai Mara, and the people running it are from Switzerland. Ni wazungu ndio wanairan, wazungu ndio wanaifund, and guess what? In the end, you spend money to do the carbon project and go and sell carbon credits, and you get billions of dollars, and all that money goes back to Switzerland. It doesn't go to Kenya. It doesn't go to the Maasais. I asked them if they're going to help the community, if they're going to build churches, or not churches, if they're going to build schools or to pay school fees or, to sink boreholes for the Maasai communities. Wakaniambia hapana, their work is only to conserve Masai Mara. And it's unbelievable how President William Ruto has opened Kenya to this kind of mediocre investment, which only seeks to help the West. There are so many ways that we are being colonized today, and that's one way. Another way is transfer pricing, and we can talk about this all day, but these are all valid reasons why today this government needs to go, and we need to have fresh elections, especially for parliament. This is one key organ of government that should be independent. It should be an oversight of the executive, but it's not. Sahi, your parliament is in bed with the executive, so we have no hope as Kenyans. Nani atatusikiza? Nani ata oversight serikali? Nani ata oversight judiciary? No one. Parliament has so much power, but sahi wanakaa kama kuku zimenyeshewa. Wakiambiwa vote yes, they clap. We have rejected the bill, they clap. Hawana msimamo. They have to go. The country cannot continue like this. We cannot continue to have puppets in parliament. Over to you, Andrew Kibe.
All right, thank you, Nelson. Laura Okal, are you here? Laura, there's something wrong with your mic. It did the same thing last time. So let's go to Maria. Maria, are you here?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, perfect. Go ahead and give us our final submission for the day.
Hey, good day, everyone. Hi, Kibe. I really want to be very brief. Number one, I will say this: killing a culture is very hard. We have a culture of looting. Our leaders have a culture of looting, stealing from us, and then on Sunday, they come to our churches giving us money that they have looted. They have stolen from us. But one thing that is making me really happy is that this generation tumeamua hatutakubali tena to be mocked. This is mockery. This is mockery. I look at the way the Kalinturi just went off the hook just like that, and then the president the next day is telling us about this whole thing about the finance bill. He's going to listen to us. What has he done to those who have stolen our money, to those who are still looting? They go unpunished. And I will say this: if there is one law that can be made from that parliament, is that stealing and looting our money should be a capital crime. It should be punishable by death. You should be hanged for stealing money, no matter how little the money is, no matter the amount of money one has stolen. You should be hanged, and he should hang at least 3 of his closest friends, so that they can serve as an example to the rest. Concerning the leadership of this Gen Z movement and this whole thing, I would applaud whoever the brains are behind, because if we say we have a leader today, if we say we have so and so to represent us, these are the same people who are going to be compromised, and so our memos are always going to be online. President keep up na sisi, aingie TikTok aone venye watu wanasema, aingie Twitter aone kenye watu wanasema. He will always have information, but you do not tell us that the government did not have information about the demonstrations. That is mockery to us. This is mockery of the highest order I have listened from President Ruto. I keep up na what is going on in all our social medias. I'll quote information from there. Sio lazima akae chini awe analetewa information. Then the other thing, this issue of we have been represented in parliament, and one person who I really feels mocks us, like Karen Nyamu. Does she even know what the bill entails? She's so clueless. We have so many clueless members of parliament, even in Senate, who do not even know what is happening. Kazi yao ni kuwa socialites. They are socialites seated in bunge. They are socialites seated in the Senate, waiting for what is trending so that they can go sing songs that are trending and do the trends that are happening online. This is, I don't know what criteria the government of the day uses to nominate these nominated senators, nominated MPs, nominated this, nominated that. Those are seats that should be scrapped, starting with those nominated, all those nominated seats should be, like, all of them, zitolewe zote kabisa kabisa. That other thing, the finance bill, this is not really what even led to the whole ordeal, the entire the week and these demonstrations. People are so frustrated by the government, and there are so many things that are hurting us. There are so many things that are hurting us, such that the president wakes up and thinks we need to get some money from somewhere. He comes to our payslips. He comes to our payslips. He should stop that. Hii mambo ya shift inaanza kuroll out on 1st July. It will be met with very high resistance, by the way. The government should sit down and rethink. Mbona wanatoa NHIF? It was working. It was working because I know my parents have used this. I have seen them use NHIF before. But sasa kuna frustrations. We do not even know why the government is changing NHIF to shift to this, to that, and introducing other things that were not even there before, because they have hidden agendas. They have hidden affairs that are hidden there that maybe Kenyans, we do not really know what it is, but we should stay woke, our eyes open, because anything the government is doing, I know kuna wana represent interests zao ndizo, they come first, their interests come first before ours. So Kenyans, we should stay woke. Hii maneno ya leaders now pulling out tribal cards like Sudi ati anaenda kuaddress watu na Kikalenjin. My friend, hii generation haielewi Kikuyu, haisikii Kikalenjin, haisikii Kijaluo. So when you come in the name of now my tribes people, my tribesmen, it is other tribes against us, it is other tribes doing this or that, that nonsense has to stop, because to realize how much power we have if we speak as one. Thank you so much, guys. Over to you, Kibe.
Hi. Thanks for this opportunity. I'm really enjoying this discussion. I'm not Gen Z, I'm not millennium. I've been around, although not so much. I like the space that we have, and as Kibe rightly said, let us use it as we still have it, because this government is not for us. It's not for us even for 1 minute. So this country is in a skunk. It is our country. We have nowhere to go. It is ours, and we have to stay and see things work. So very few things I want to say is the Gen Z are doing a great job. They need to be assisted in whichever way for us to keep this conversation going. I started following this conversation maybe an hour ago. Yes, I was late, I'm sorry. But then someone mentioned about the mess. That mess that was taken is not that one that is usually in parliament. When you go to that useless bunge of theirs, kuna kwanga na ingine wanaweka hapo, inakwanga tu hapo nje like it's a show. Hiyo ndio ilibebwa. The real mess is so heavy, hata iwezi kuchukuliwa na mtu mmoja. But for even people to know that that is the authority of parliament, that you can take it away, I think it's small steps Kenyans are making that I am very certain will get people somewhere. Ruto is trying to build a dynasty. Yeye ndio mwenyewe alikuwa anasema, hawa ni watu wa dynasty, tunawatoa nini. It's true, the likes of Kenyatta walibuild, wakabuild. Na Uhuru alichukua yake kutoka kwa baba yake. Akabuild yake. Kubuild dynasty is not easy. It is very, very hard, and it takes a long time. And that is what Ruto, I think hiyo ndio ilikuwa plan yake vile aliingia kwa hii gava. And it's going to take a lot of time. That's why anashika judiciary, anashika bunge, anashika anybody yule anataka kushika, so that atumie hizi systems kutengeneza hizo dynasty. People should not let him do that. Whatever it is that we need to do, the noise we need to make, we make. Somebody mentioned here he's now walking face down. It's true. He's walking face down now, and it will never be the same for him again. Whether we win this or we lose this, it will never be the same for him again. Hiyo aibu atakuwa nayo, atatembea nayo. This thing will go to the books of history. And the more we make it uncomfortable for him, the better. I know there were some maybe travels which had been lined up sijui from here vile anashindanga akienda akirudi. Now, before Ruto gets into a jet to go out, he will have to think really hard. Ataka hivi afikirie, how will this thing go? How will this thing go? How will this thing go before aende? Which is good. So let us not say that, watu wamechoka, tuachaneni na hii kitu. Getting change that we deserve is going to take a very, very long time. Let us make the small steps. Now, hii nini na trend Tuesday na Thursday. All people need to do is to just get a plan of how to achieve the little steps that we intend to achieve. On Tuesday, the Parliament ilivamiwa, good. The next thing, getting of course to State House is very, very difficult. It is very hard, especially now ameshapewa hiyo the right to use the military. Oh my goodness, it's going to be very, very difficult. Our children will die, we will die, the country will be ungovernable, and we won't even move forward. But let him continue walking face down until the next time he raises his face to address Kenyans, he knows that he's saying the right thing. Hizo maujinga alisema hapo on about that play. That thing is neither here or there. Even lawyers here will tell us it is not even clear, whatever it is. But we are watching to see how is he going to move on this conversation. Alisema withdraw. Hata it was not even up to him to withdraw. Parliament needs to come back, vile mimi nimesoma, so that ule mtu alisponsor hiyo bill ya gava, that useless sijui Imani Chungwa, whoever his name is, ama gava, it's the one to withdraw the bill and then they start afresh. He can't just sit there anasema ati withdraw hiyo, anatubeba ufala. So these are the conversations that you still keep to push. You keep to push. Ulisema umetoa, imetolewaje? What is going on? How are we going here? And then people here in Kenya, people in Twitter, mujue au wabunge si marafiki zenu. Hata wale walivote no, given a chance, wangevote yes. So let us not even start standing up here saying we want Matiang'i to be our president, we want Okiya Obutita to be the deputy president. We need a complete system overhaul. Complete. We are not going to achieve it in one day. We are going to achieve it even too pole too, with the small things, so that the next time somebody opens their mouth and say, I want to be the president of Kenya, I want to be an MP, they will know what they are getting themselves to. They will know that kuna watu wanawafuata na hawatachoka. So let us keep pushing whichever way that we can. I know these spaces, it is just a matter of time before they lock down these spaces and we are not going to be able to express ourselves. I've said I've been here long enough to see how these things go, and that will be very sad. But at least they will know what it is that we are thinking. So let us not say that tumenini ati hiyo ya jana ilienda vibaya. Of course imeenda vibaya, watu wamekufa. We are very sorry about that, and it pains us as parents when our watoto wakikufa. Those are our children. This is our generation. Whatever is happening in Githurai, whatever is happening in the estates huko ndani in Rongai is so sad. Ruto is not even talking about it. But the changes that we need to make, vile Wangari Maathai alisema, si lazima umake hiyo change kubwa. The little positive change that you can make. And let us have one rallying call. There is power in unity. Hii unity ya tribeless, partyless, leaderless, I think that is going to take us very far. And then our watu wanakaa huko bunge, they are going to make the bills and they are going to make the rules that serve us, not serve them. Our bunge unaona wameenda hivyo nyumbani, najua wamefurahi sana, they are on recess, but don't for one moment msifikirie they are with you ati wanakuja hapo na address, they are going to media houses talking. When this thing ikianza kunuka na kwambia, it will even get to the bunge people, it will get to the governors, and that is why the governors amtasikia hata mmoja akiongea, because they know what Ruto is doing in State House. They are doing the same thing in the 47 county governments. They are doing the same thing. Hakuna mtu msafi kwa hii kitu. So when we say we want change, let us stick to it. That is what we want. And if we could be a little bit more organized, and I know we will be, I am not dismissing this thing, pole to say this is what we want. I think where we should start now, we don't have an IEBC. And Ruto is very happy about that. we don't have an IEBC, and forming an IEBC in this country, you people, mnajuanga tu vile inakwanga shida. Kwanza haizi form peke yake, na akianza kuiform, the likes of Raila, the likes of Kalonzo, the likes of who have to all come in so that they put in their girlfriends, their spouses, their relatives, their nini, and we don't know that until when somebody in IEBC dies, you know, huyu kumbe alikuwa beste ya nani, huyu sijui alikuwa analala na nani, huyu sijui alikuwa na nani wa nani, ndiye akaingizwa IEBC. So the formation of IEBC ndio itatutoa kwa hii shida, but it's a very very difficult thing to do. Oh my goodness, it is so hard. But if we implore upon Ruto to form an IEBC, I don't know, it will take a long time, and if that is not happening, then we can as well wait until 2027. Which is going to be quite sad. Atatutesa, atatusumbua, atatuua, aibe juu anajua hatarudi. Maybe atadecide kutoka aende huko, sijui Wakanda, aende atoroke huko, because I don't think kuna mtu ataitikia kumhost akishatoka. So the formation of IEBC is key, because we are a republic, we have laws and everything. We can't just wake up one morning and say ati tumeshavamia State House, Ruto ameenda, and then what is going to take? And who is Ruto's deputy? We all know who he is. Is he even any better? Okay, after Gachagua, who is there? Si nasikianga ni speaker wa assembly ndiye anakuanga third in command. Who is the speaker of the assembly? Surely it's Wetangula. Okay, after Wetangula, who is there? I mean, there is even nothing for us celebrating about our leaders. So these conversations are good, but let us just be very very direct and saying this is what we want and this is how we want it done. If Ruto can be implored upon to stop whatever he's doing, to stop traveling, sit down and form a functional IEBC so that we can keep this conversation going, because that is the only way that things are going to move. Let us keep pushing. Let us not lose hope. This is our country. Great things are coming. Asanteni sana.
Juna.
Yo, thanks, Andrew. First of all, I just want to say that kudos to the young generation. You guys have really, really made a difference in this country. I'm a third generation Kenyan Indian. We've grown up in the times of Moi, where there was fear. You heard the stories of, oh, you can't say his name. And Nyayo House is a really deadly place, and you hear the torture stories. Whereas this young generation have grown up with no fear. And that is what Ruto needs to be scared about. They don't know any of these stories. What they know, they're educated kids who have had the internet from the beginning. They've watched movies about how a government should be and how people rise up against bad people. And they're standing up for themselves, and it's a great thing to see from my generation. I wish, I'm sure there are many of us listening who thought the same thing that these kids are thinking. That, we should be able to go and fight, and what he's doing is wrong, but we never had the cojones to actually go and do it. But these young guys, if you're here, my hats is off to you. Don't give up. For me to answer Kibe's question, should the president call for fresh elections? There is no president. He has lost the country. From Nairobi to all the counties, they're all against him. There is no president. So the clear thing is that we should have fresh elections. But it's not going to be our decision. From what I've seen, Ruto went to USA and he went and signed deals with all these people. They're the people who need to put the pressure. So if you're out in the diaspora, I was listening to someone who goes, what can I do? Write to the governor in your area and say, do you know what's happening in Kenya? Your president said that, he's a key ally. Put pressure from outside. And that is what Ruto is going to feel like he can't run this country anymore. He has lost everything. And when the pressure comes from outside, then hopefully they can be changed. I mean, I'm not going to wait till 2027 when there is no president. He has lost everyone. We need change now. And if we don't do it now, then we're going to go back into this cycle. And Kenyans are very forgetful as well. They're very forgetful. So we're at this precipice. He has got the pressure. We push. We push because at the end of the day, we are the ones who are paying taxes. We are the ones suffering. Guys look at me and say, Rangi Atao. Even I am under stress. We pay taxes. We are in the same boat as the normal Kenyans. And if now the guys in Kangware and all the other slums are paying the same price that I am paying for milk and bread and all of this kind of stuff, how are they surviving? No wonder we are in this place. And he wants to add more taxes and more taxes and find out ways of his people to eat more money. It's enough. I've had enough. Back to you, Kibe.
I saw a meme. Was it a meme or a placard? Some Muindi guy was holding up saying, even the Muindis are on the ground, something like that. That was very funny.
When you see the Muindis rising up, Kibe, you know that there's a problem. You know there's a problem. These guys are normally sitting there quiet, hoping that issues will be solved for them. I mean, us guys, we just want business, business, business. But when they stand up, then there is an issue. And there is an issue. There has been an issue. And these young Windis are going out there. These are also the Gen Zs. They see their other people standing up and they're like, fuck yeah, I'm going to go and stand up as well. I am a Kenyan. I am a Kenyan. And I hate this shit about tribes. Tribe 44. We don't want tribalism in this country. If I'm a Kenyan, I'm a Kenyan. Be I blue, black, brown, white, yellow. I am a Kenyan.
Man, I have so many questions, but I'll let you go, man. Well, we're almost out of here. DTLBD, I can't read that.
Hey, Kife.
What's up?
Thanks for the show, man. So, anyway, I know you want to get out of here, and today we are mourning our fallen heroes, and condolences to the families. Be strong. And to the Kenyans, let those lives of the fallen people let those lives mean something, you know. Strategize, think outside the box, you know. And also, like, as much as it's an unpopular opinion, these guys are saying, okay, come to the table, what do you need, you know. I think we should also have all sides, you know, plan A, plan B, plan C, and all that kind of thing. So that if plan A doesn't work, we have plan B. At least we can get something out of this thing, you know. So my suggestion even to the government is, you want money, right? You want money. We are in debt. There's a lot of whatever we need to pay and all these things. So that's why you're taxing everybody to death and every business to death. So what they can do, first of all, Motudo laws have to go, because you can't have a 24-hour economy with a Motudo law. You need to have a 24-hour economy. You need to get the tourism back. You need to get nightlife ratings back, because the tourist attractions usually are rated with also nightlife, you know. And you can't have nightlife with the Motudo law. If you go to Mombasa, like now, maybe you go to Mombasa at midnight or 1 o'clock, it's dead, you know. And it's not, you can't have a tourism with dead nightlife, you know. We are making laws that actually are going against our own interests, you know. These are the things that government should start looking at. The laws that are actually hindering us from making more money. Another issue is cannabis. In America now, cannabis is a $40 billion industry. That's the whole of Kenya's economy, you know. And if we can just do one simple thing, even the Ugandans that are cultivating it for medical and whatever purposes, we can also use that to make money, you know. Forget the church. The church even telling you that shall not get high, that shall not smoke, and whatever else is not going to help us, you know. We are in debt. We need money. Let us look at ways we can make money, you know. If it's legalizing cannabis, we're going to make money from it. Let's legalize it. It's a medicine. It has anti-cancer properties. It has all sort of healing properties, you know. We can make fabrics out of it, you know. It's food, you know. At the end of the day, we are making money as a nation. Everybody gets employed, because our boomer generation did not industrialize this country far enough. We do not have this kind of industrial mentality. Our politicians are just thick-headed, arrogant pieces of shit who don't care about anything but themselves, and they'll never industrialize. They would rather ship containers from wherever it is and make quick money than develop industries from within. So we need to, as youth, look at solutions. We can work with the government if our plan A fails. If that doesn't work out, let us go to another plan and let them see us as very reasonable and rational people. We need also accountability from government. We need a portal for the finances of this country. We need to have every county have a portal online where somebody can go and check, okay, how much did the county spend, how much the national government spend, what is the debt, all those kind of things. We need serious professionals, not these dunderheads drinking alcohol and fucking each other in the toilet in parliament. Now we're tunawategemea ati they are going to show us the way. We need serious professionals who know what's happening. Give us the facts and figures. Let us have all the numbers on the table. Let us know what our debt is, because if you look at John Alan Namu's documentary about the Eurobonds, there is a lot of questions. The Attorney General, the Auditor General had a lot of questions. Even he wanted to go to the US Federal Reserve to ask these questions, because to him he was not understanding what's happening. Uhuru told him in like he's trying to mock him. Unaenda kwa Federal Reserve, wewe unajua, these kind of things. We are operating a very criminal enterprise called Kenya, and we now have to clean it, because this is a result of having over so many years criminal enterprise for so many years, calling it a government. We now need to clean it. If we don't have a Traore, let us start step by step cleaning every sector, and we need to clean these finances. We need to know how much money is being paid, when it's being paid, how much money is being used, what is being used for. All these deals that are being signed, NATO ally, whatever, we need to know what's in it for us. If you're going to join NATO and get, targets, be a target in this world war that is coming, you need to know what we are getting from it. Not just a bunch of Johnnies and Yankees running around here, fucking our women and infecting them with all sort of shit, and the CDCs of the world bringing all sort of experimental pathogens all around here in Africa to kill us. We need to protect ourselves. We need to get involved as youth. Let us have our own websites where we follow and check on government on a daily basis. Let the people who understand these issues step up and explain to us in a very simple language and tell us this is what these things are meaning. Let us follow parliament, every bill, everything that they're going to pass, whether it is from agriculture, because I hear they want to bring in this Bill Gates bullshit and mRNA injections for cows and all sort of nonsense from Bill Gates and all these other World Economic Forum bullshit, other motherfuckers. Let us follow all these things that they are doing. Let us know on a day-to-day basis what bills are being passed that are going to harm us, harm our children and our children's children. Because at the end of the day, once we close our eyes and say, oh, because these guys, they have proved to us they are not our friends. They have proved to us they have no interest in us. So we need to be double vigilant. We need to know where all these members of parliaments, where their businesses are, their bank accounts. We need to know who they are fucking. We need to know how everything about them. Because at the end of the day, these people are not our friends, and they have too much authority upon us. Yes, we made a mistake of electing them, but at the end of the day, we need accountability. We need to put a microscope on all their dealings so that we know when they are fucking us up and when they're fucking our future generations up. Because for far too long, we've been out of these government businesses, and they've been passing bills and laws and all sort of stuff that are going to hurt us. And we need to be aware of this fact. Let us all have our eyes on them. Let us all make them accountable. Let them not be comfortable, because they have showed us that they don't care about us. And also, we don't care about them. Kaende.
Kaende. Wonderful. Thank you, whatever your name is, for closing up the show.
Differently able.
I will tell you one thing. Hold up. I will tell everybody one thing. Our best thinking got us nowhere. Do not let this revolution be stolen from you. Let me repeat that one more time. Our best thinking got us nowhere. Do not let this revolution be stolen away from you. I will see you tomorrow, man. Do enjoy your day.